Bonsoir, chérie. You gave your love to me. Oh, it breaks my heart to say adieu, dear. Promise me you always will be true, dear. Goodbye, don't cry, chérie. Just save your smiles for me. Sweetheart, as we part, my heart is calling you. Bonsoir, bonsoir, chérie.
All right, chat. How are we doing? Welcome to the stream. Welcome back, everyone. I hope we're doing well. Welcome. Mariner, welcome to the chat, dude. Hope you're doing well. Welcome indeed. Altmar's in the chat. Welcome, dude. Hope you're doing well. Welcome. Eric, welcome to the chat, dude. And Paul, welcome. I hope you are doing well today. Sasha, welcome to the chat as well. Welcome indeed. So it's been a while since I've last streamed, guys. It's been quite a while. I've been very, very busy. So I do apologise for the lack of streams there. But we're back. We're back, sort of, anyway. I'm probably not going to be back to a regular schedule for a little while yet. But yeah, we're back for this very special stream today. We've got a very, very cool aircraft to show you guys. And it should be a lot of fun, hopefully. Hopefully I don't embarrass myself by setting the engines on fire and all sorts of crazy stuff that is possible with this add-on. So, yeah, it should be a lot of fun. I've been really looking forward to showing you guys this. And, yeah, we're very, very close to release now, only a few days away. So, yeah, hopefully this gives you guys a good preview on what the aircraft is all about. And I want to show you guys quite a lot of the little details that are in there as well. I don't know if you guys have watched many other streams with this aircraft on. I know some of you in the chat have, but yeah, I know some of my viewers may not have. So if you haven't, then I want to try and point out some of the maybe little details that are in this aircraft that you might not immediately pick up on. And in my opinion, it really, really brings the aircraft to life, and it really, really makes it, you know, an aircraft that feels real, I suppose, is the best way to put it. So, yeah, without further ado, let's jump in and have a look. Hey, Manical, welcome to the chat, dude. I hope you're doing well. Good to see you, mate. Good to see you. Keys, welcome to the chat as well. I hope you're doing well indeed. Welcome, everybody. Hope you are doing well. Paul says, somebody has to photograph all that architecture. Yes, they certainly do. Yeah. So I've been super busy with obviously my business, my photography work, but I've also been doing a fair bit of work on the tutorial series for this aircraft that I've been working with Wing42 on. So yeah, my schedule's just been absolutely manic recently, and yeah, managed to create a few hours this evening though to show you guys this. So what I'm going to do first of all is I'm actually just going to come in the cockpit and just turn the battery off there, because that music, believe it or not, is actually playing from the aircraft's radio, and I'm just going to turn that off so I don't actually run the battery down completely whilst we're chatting here and getting set up. I'll put some other music on in the background. There we go. Lovely stuff. All right. Sasha, no, we're not on VATSIM today, no. Yeah, not flying on VATSIM at all. Just want to sort of showcase this aircraft to you guys. I'm not quite sure if I feel entirely confident flying this thing on VATSIM either, to be honest. I don't know. But I mean, you can use it on VATSIM. It does have a sort of transponder. But yeah, not flying on VATSIM today now. Mariner, thank you very much for sharing the stream on Facebook, dude. Much appreciated. Yeah, nice one, dude. Thank you. And Wing42, a follow on Facebook as well. Yeah, guys, if you're not aware of who Wing42 is, I know some of my long-time viewers may be aware of Wing42. But we flew their Bleriot 11 on stream quite a few times in the past. Haven't flown it in quite some time on stream, at least. But yeah, we flew their Bleriot 11, which was really, really, really fun aircraft to fly. Very, very, yeah, quite a challenge, but also extremely fun. And if you've not already seen that, highly recommend you guys going to check out Wing42 on, well, just Google Wing42. Go check out the website. Check out they're on Facebook as well. They've got a YouTube channel. And yeah, highly recommend you going to check them out, because this aircraft is just really next level. I mean, you'll see as we go along here, but it's so detailed. It's so detailed, and I think, to be honest, it's probably one of the best add-ons we've seen for Microsoft Flight Simulator so far. We've had a lot of GA aircraft for Microsoft Flight Sim. Obviously, we've had the DC-6, which is probably the most comparable aircraft to this, although it is quite a different beast in many ways. Obviously, and then we've got what else have we got? We've got the CRJ, which again is quite high fidelity, but it leaves some things to be desired, let's say. And the attention to detail is nowhere near the level that we've got here on this add-on. Obviously, they've got a lot more systems and whatnot to cover. But yeah, I'm looking forward to really showing you guys what is in here. So let's just have a quick look visually first of all, and then what I want to do is we'll do a very quick briefing on the flight today, and we'll also I'm just want to flick through a few pages in the manual as well for you guys, and just kind of show you what is actually simulated there. Because I mean, I will try my best to explain it to you, but there are some bits in the manual that really just show how in-depth the simulation is in this aircraft. It's really quite impressive, to be honest. So big hats off to Otmar for managing to do this, as well as everyone else in the team. I see we've got Eric in the chat as well, who also worked on the radio range navigation for this aircraft. You guys may remember we did a DC-6 stream not terribly long ago where we did radio range navigation across the US, and it worked out pretty well, and that was a standalone application. Now, with this add-on, Wing42 and Eric have worked together to kind of bring it all together so it's actually all native to the sim, and it's all actually part of the add-on itself. And it's really, really impressive the way they've done it. They've sort of modeled in the strength of the signal as well on the radios, and it just sounds so good. And yeah, I'll show you guys later on. So yeah, let's just have a quick look then, and have a look at this absolute beauty of an aircraft. CMK, welcome to the chat over on Twitch. I hope you're doing well. Welcome, welcome. Manacle says, is this high fidelity? I would say so. You will see once we get into it. It's there's some absolutely incredible details. I remember I was speaking with Otmar quite a few months back, actually, on Discord, and we were sort of talking about some little details that are in there that he wanted to point out. And I was like, have you done this? And have you done that? And he was like, oh, I'm not sure if I'm going to do that. Maybe that's a bit too much work. But, oh, what has he done? He's gone ahead and done it. So I'll show you guys as we go on. And yeah, it should be great fun. It was a team effort through and through. Yeah, it certainly was. Obviously, big shout out to everyone else on the Wing42 team as well. If you're watching, absolutely amazing work, guys. Hopefully I can do it justice today. Hopefully. We shall see. All right, so here we are, guys. We're currently at Cleveland International Airport. Reasons for which I will go into a little bit later on. But as you can see, we are here, and this is the Boeing 247D. We're in the United Airlines livery. This is the original livery United used for flying this aircraft. They did use a different one a little bit later on, but this is the original one they used. Lots of bare metal, not really much to it, to be honest. But I thought I'd choose this one due to the routing we're going to do today. And as you can see, the model is just absolutely beautiful. And there's so much detail to it as well. As you can see, there's a lot of little bits of ground equipment and whatnot, which we'll have a bit of a look at a little bit later on. We've got the engine cowlings removed as well, so there's an absolute incredible amount of detail here on the engines, which is just super impressive to look at as well. If you go in the flight deck here as well and just look out the window at the engines with the cowlings removed, I just think that looks so impressive. Slide the window open as well. Of course, the window is open. That's an instant sale for Mariner, I think. But there we go. You've got absolutely beautiful radial engines on this aircraft. Very nicely modelled indeed. And yeah, like I say, we've got a bunch of different ground equipment and things going along here. Which, like I say, we'll come to a little bit later on. But I'll just sort of show you guys around the visual model a little bit. On the leading edge of the wings here, we've got the... you can see the de-icing boots here. This black area along the leading edge. And they are actually animators as well. So when you turn on the de-ice switch in the flight deck... you'll notice these actually inflate as well, which is, again, it's just one of those little details that's just absolutely incredible. That's it, window open, it's bought. Hey, that's just the start of things, mate. That's just the start of things. Eric says, wasn't aware of the radio range stream on the DC6. We'll check it out. Yeah, go for it, Eric. I think it went quite well, actually, considering that was the first time I'd done radio range on stream. And, yeah, as you can see, the model itself, very, very good. You can see all the rivets here. Nice and... Oh, I think we've gone sort of inside there. But, yeah, you can see all the rivets looking all nice and sort of... They don't just blend in with the texture, I think, and they pop out and you can see the light reflect off them and it looks really nice. You've got all these little wrinkles in the fuselage as well. And it's just very nice. Very nice indeed. Some more de-icing boots on the vertical stabilizer as well as the horizontal. Very, very nice indeed. Nice amount of sort of grimy sort of look to the aircraft as well. And yeah, I think it really, really looks very nice indeed. You've got some scratches and bits of wear and tear on the metal, as you would imagine for an aircraft of this age. But yeah, looking very, very nice. I could go on about this for quite a while. We'll have a quick little scope underneath real quick. Not too much to show here. We've got some very nice... main landing gears here as well, and landing gear bay. Very, very nice indeed. Don't mention the rivets. Okay, that's the last time. All right, and then we've got... I mean, you can even have a look inside the front cargo bay here, which, I mean, the level of detail in here is just crazy. Even if you come right to the back here, you've got, I think, I'm not sure what this actually is. Maybe Upma can tell me, but looks like some kind of, it's holding, so it's connected into something in the flight deck there. But yeah, absolutely crazy levels of detail just on the model itself, and we're not even getting to what you can do with this thing yet. Inside the door here as well for the front cargo bay, we've got the starter crank. This is what you use to start the engines. You do have to manually wind up the engines to actually get them going. which we'll do a little bit later on. So there's a couple of ways you can start the engines on this aircraft. You can kind of do what's called an assisted start, which is a little bit easier to do if you have all the realistic options on, which again we'll cover later on. And you also have you can obviously do a manual start as well, where you can actually come out here, sit on the ladder yourself. You can wind the crank up and then pull the clutch down here. This is the there's a clutch here, and you can pull that out. Hang on, let me see if I can bring up the finger. It's not working on this camera mode. I'll have to show you that, guys, later on. And then obviously we've got an inside as well. Let's go around the side and have a look inside. Am I on normal multiplayer? I don't actually... Oh, I actually forgot to turn on multiplayer, you know? Let me see. Let me see if I can turn multiplayer on from here. Let's see if that works. There we go. So someone was asking about the rivets. More or less hand placed. That's absolutely crazy. Absolutely crazy. I could only imagine the amount of time that took to get them all, you know, joined up so they look right. And yeah, wow. Manacles tried the Concorde today. How to tell it nicely. It's not the same level of details. Yeah, so I've not got the Concorde myself, but I have had a brief look at it. And without really saying too much, I mean, it looks like it flies quite decently, and I think you can reach Mach 2 at flight level 600, something like that. And it flies well enough. But yeah, in terms of the visual details, it's something about it just yeah. But I haven't seen it firsthand though. I've only seen videos and pictures and stuff, so I don't really want to say too much on that. I'm not sure if multiplayer actually worked, Mariner. I can't see any name tags around. Oh, I can. Okay, brilliant. And of course, it's a Concorde. Of course. Yeah, so on multiplayer, then. So if anyone wants to fly along, you are more than welcome. North Europe server. And I believe we're on all players. Alright then, let's go inside and have a bit of a look around inside. Coming up the stairs here. I particularly like this view here. If you sort of imagine you stood on the top of these stairs right here. Zoom the camera out a little bit. I particularly like this view. It just looks very, very cool. You get to see that. It really puts in perspective how big this wing is. And yeah, it's just a really cool view, I think. Very, very nice. And it looks nice with that sun coming off as well, doesn't it? Alright, let's go inside then and have a look around. So, the cabin has been fully modelled, as you can see. But first, we're not going to have a look at the cabin, because I could do with a quick break in the washroom here before we get set up. So, I don't know if this is going to work actually on the drone camera. Oh, it is, sort of. Oh. I'm kind of hacking things a little bit here by using the drone cam, but... So, there we go. Oh, and there we go, into the washroom. Very, very cool indeed. Loads of really, really... I don't know what to say. Lots of detail, even in the washroom here. Totally unnecessary, but absolutely amazing, and we love it. So, yeah, it's actually super, super cool. You've even got a mirror. Let's close the door behind us here. There we go. Even got a mirror, and you guys will just have to... you just have to bear with me just 1 second here. Right, okay, that's out the way then. So let's make sure to wash our hands. Make sure to wash our hands here. Get a bit of soap out. Yes, the soap dispenser does work. Insta-buy. Everybody. Insta-buy. Right. With that dealt with, let's move on. But yeah, I suppose it just says it all really about the level of detail in this add-on, to be honest. There we go. That's that closed. Take my money. I don't know if the music's too loud, guys. You'll have to let me know. Screw the engine simulation. We have a soap dispenser. Exactly. Exactly. Right. And then what else have we got? We've got this little seat here for the flight attendant. You can also put that in place if you like to, you know, come in and sit down at the back. We do have some lighting switches back here in the cabin as well. We've got one up here. And each little seat as well, each seat, should I say, has its own ashtray. Of course, would have been quite common back in the 30s to smoke on an aircraft. And there's a little reading light as well. We'll show the lighting in a bit more when I sort of... I'm going to make it nighttime and just show you the night lighting a little bit in here as well, because it is also very nice. But for now, we'll just kind of have a look around the cabin. As you can see, it's very, very nicely detailed. All the textures are super, super crisp looking, which obviously in a lot of aircraft, the cabin is sometimes neglected. You've even got this texture up here as well. Well, not even texture. It looks like the netting up here is sort of 3D modeled itself as well, which again, it just speaks volumes for the amount of detail in here. What else can I show you in here? We've got an escape hatch as well in case we need to make an emergency escape, which is probably quite likely. Let's face it, with my piloting, and you can actually open that as well by popping the two latches here and just giving it a bit of a click. We'll bring it inside and just rest it on down there, and then boop, straight out. Make sure you don't slip on the wing though. All right, I think that's about it for the cabin, really. Other things I can kind of show you as we go along here. We'll put this back and lock it in place. Let's draw the curtains. Yeah, that would be a good one, wouldn't it? The curtains do not actually draw, though, unfortunately. Or do they? No, they don't. See, that's the kind of thing that wouldn't surprise me about this aircraft if the curtains did draw, to be quite honest. All right, what else is there in the cabin? I mean, you can see here you've got the United Airlines in the United Airlines timetable here in the seats, and it's the same story with the other liveries as well. Each of the liveries is sort of customized in a way to make them unique to that airline, which is very, very nice to see. And yeah, I find this cabin layout quite interesting actually, because you can see here it's got these sort of braces coming across. So it would have been quite an interesting task to actually walk down here, especially in flight, I imagine, without tripping up. Very interesting indeed. Oh dear, we've put the idea out there now. Right then, chat. Are we ready for the flight deck? Are we ready? You guys probably saw it for a couple of frames earlier on. You see out the window as well, and beautiful engines. Very, very nice. All right, let's have a look in the flight deck then, shall we? Now, the interactions are, I think they're a little bit reversed because I'm using the drone camera, so you'll have to excuse my messing about when I'm trying to move things here. So coming on into the flight deck then, obviously make sure we close the door behind us. just going to slow my rotate speed down a little bit as well here. Oh, that's too much. There we go. That should do it. Brilliant. If you guys are wondering as well how I'm doing all of this on the drone camera as well, is I have my Xbox controller. I have a key binding on there to control the aircraft. So every time I want to interact with something, I'm just pressing that. And I'll just show you guys this as well. You can even open the little eye holes here and look down into the cabin. Beautiful. Fantastic. Rocks, welcome to the chats. How are you doing? Welcome, welcome. Shuts, welcome as well. I hope you're doing well. Sorry I'm a bit late. I had to feed the family, of course, dude. No worries at all. No worries at all. You've not missed too much. We're still just sort of introducing things here. So, yeah, welcome, dude. Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing well. All right, so the flight deck then. We're not going to do a complete sort of tour of everything here in the flight deck. I just want to show you guys maybe a few little details that we might not come across in flight that I just think are really, really cool. Obviously, we can open the windows in here. Very, very nice. Very, very nice. And I've left this window open anyway. There we go. We can open that. We've got a nice little sound there as well. What else have we got? We've even got such things as the this little vent here on the side. So you can open and close this. This is just ventilation for the pilots. Nice and squeaky there. And even if you actually come outside, let's see if this will actually work here if I do it like this. You can actually see even changes on the outside model as well. Which is just fantastic. We'll leave that fully closed because I like it nice and warm in my flight deck. But as you can see, the flight deck itself is quite a strange looking flight deck, isn't it? It's got... It just doesn't... I mean, on first glance, it looks like a normal flight deck, but if you get a bit closer, you can see we've got some rather strange placement of things, and... yeah, it's a little bit of a strange one to get used to be quite honest, because you've got such things like, I mean, you've got your airspeed here in the middle, you've got your landing gear like right here in front of the pilot, and a few of the little details as well, which is quite, yeah, it takes a bit of getting used to. You've got obviously all the engine parameters all the way over here on the right hand side, so when you sat here in this seat, there's a lot of glancing over to this side here to make sure everything is running within spec, and then you've got your fuel as well as another temperature gauge here right in front of the pilot, and it is just a bit strange. You also have a manifold pressure gauge right here. Obviously there's two engines on the aircraft, but this only shows one. For whatever reason, they only chose to put one of these in, so you actually have to switch between the two engines with this right here. So yeah, it's all a little bit, takes a little bit of getting used to, but I think that's part of the charm of the aircraft, to be quite honest with you. Mike, welcome to the chat, dude. Hope you're doing well. Love the old birds. Yes, indeed, dude. Indeed. Yeah, this should be an absolute treat for you then. It is very cool, isn't it, Manical? And with the gauges as well here, just a nice little detail that I found out about just in the last week, actually. You'll see here how it becomes a click spot when you hover over each of the gauges. And you can actually, if I turn the music down here, you can actually tap on the gauges and the needles will even wiggle about. Some more so than others. Even with a little sound as well. Fantastic. Absolutely love it. All right, what else we got in here then that you might not expect to find? Let's have a look. So, Let's see. So, the electrical system in the aircraft has been modelled to quite some detail. You can have random, well, you can have electrical failures in the aircraft if you overload the circuits too much. And you also have all of the fuses for said electrical system modeled in as well. You can see you've got all the fuses modeled in here. You can actually remove them and put them back. You've got a bank of spares down here. Now, I haven't fully reset the aircraft since I last flew it, so I actually have a lot of fuses here, a lot of spare ones. But if your amount of fuses, your spares, if it goes under a certain figure, I can't remember the figure off the top of my head, you'll get a little tin of fuses that just spawns in here, and you can actually click the tin and it'll fill up all your spares. And it's just little details like that I absolutely love. What else have we got? Even just the fuse box itself. So you can open and close the fuse box like this, fairly normal, and you can lock it as well. But I mean, this is a little detail that some people might not really care about. But so the fuse box is actually closed now, but you can still try and open it, and it kind of just opens a little bit, but it doesn't actually open. And yeah, just a nice little detail that makes it feel like a real fuse box, if you know what I mean. It's like they could have easily made it so once it's locked, it doesn't, move at all. And it's just stuff like that. Absolutely love it. What else have we got? There was something else that I wanted to point out to you in here, but I really can't remember what it is right now. There's another little fuse box here as well. Same sort of story. Am I missing one there? Oh no, that's a spare. Okay, we're fine. We're fine. So you can, like I say, have electrical failures in the aircraft, and you may have to replace fuse in flight, or even on the ground if you overload it on the ground. But we'll come back to that kind of stuff a little bit later on. And let's show you guys some of the lighting in here. So, well, I say lighting, it's not really lighting. Bear with me just one moment. Right, so if I make it nighttime here, zoop. It's kind of difficult to see because of the lighting from the terminal building here, but you can see on each of the gauges they're kind of glowing, and this is sort of the radium luminescence, kind of similar to how a lot of watches used to have it, where they would have this sort of glow in the dark paint on it, which I believe is actually quite radioactive and not very good for you at all. But this aircraft was made in the 30s, so obviously they didn't really care too much for that back then, or even probably knew that much about it back then. But yeah, you've got the radium luminescence here, and all the gauges will glow with this, or at least most of them. I think some of these are actually illuminated a bit by the lighting from the terminal. But yeah, so this paint, it will actually fade over time as well. So if you're flying in this aircraft for a long time at night and you have no lights on in the aircraft, obviously it's going to be totally pitch black. And over time, the luminescence will actually fade, and you will no longer be able to see your gauges in here. And you'll have to charge them back up again. So that is actually simulated as part of the aircraft as well. And it actually does also take into account something that was actually just added in the last couple of builds, where it will actually take into account the sort of day and night cycle, and it will say charge up the paint during the day, and then when it comes to night, it will glow. But then again, like I say, over time it will fade, so you'll need to turn on some lighting in the aircraft to actually get it charged back up, if that's what you want to do. Radiation foggers. Dear oh dear. Awesome aircraft, dude. Awesome detail. Hats off to Wing42, and thanks for showcasing, Bobby. Yeah, no problem at all, Will. No problem at all. I'm glad you're enjoying it. Yeah, it's really, really cool levels of detail in here. And we haven't even got to the good stuff yet. I'm just showing you the side details. There's so much more that goes into this aircraft. So we'll just quickly do... Oh, still got the radio on. Let's just turn that off. You can actually tune sort of AM radio stations using the radio up above here, which is quite difficult to see right now. Oh, what have I just done? Using the radio up here. Hello. Can't turn my torch on in drone camera. You can't turn your torch on. Oh, that's new to me. I did not know that. So we've got the battery on there, and we'll just flick a few of the lights on so you can kind of see what it looks like in here. We'll turn the cabin lights and the dome lights on in the cabin as well, so you can see that as well. But yeah, we've got some nice cabin lighting. Like I say, you need to turn this on to actually charge the paint there overnight. We've got a compass light up here, which is, you can dim it as well. Very nice, very nice. Lovely stuff. I'm actually going to turn those off before we go back into the cabin, because I'm very aware I'm probably draining my battery here. I had the battery on for the whole of the intro there, playing that music for you guys. So I'm very aware that the charge on the battery is probably not doing too well at the moment. And you can see here we do have an ammeter showing the battery is currently discharging. And it would have been discharging even more so with the radio on. So yeah, I'm trying to just maybe not have a flat battery before we begin here. And we'll jump back into the cabin as well. And you can see it's very nicely lit in here. Again, there might be some light bleeding in from the terminal outside. But something that I thought was quite cool about this aircraft is if you come back here, you can actually also control the dome lights at the top here. You can actually control it from this position as well. So the stewardess would be able to turn the lights on and off independently of the flight deck, which is quite cool. I don't think I showed you guys the ashtrays before as well, did I? Obviously the ashtrays work as well. Reading lights work as well. Let's see if we can find a better example here where it's a bit darker. There we go. Lovely stuff. And each of those are independently controlled. Each seat has one. All of them work. And I believe there's even one at the back as well. There it is. Beautiful. Shall we jump outside real quick and just have a look? I mean, this, like I say, the terminal lighting there is actually lighting this up quite a lot, but you can see the lighting on the exterior of the aircraft there. We've got the courtesy lights here. These are called courtesy lights. These are not the nav lights. Used for ground operations. And then coming around to the side, these are the nav lights here. Quite a cool design actually for the nav lights, I think. On top and underneath the wing rather than right in the edge here. And it's got quite a big bulb sticking out there, which is quite cool looking, I think. Alright. Cool. So, let's come back. Come back into the flight deck. And we'll start getting into the meat of this aircraft now. Set the time back to about 8 AM. I am going to be using a weather preset for this flight. We're not going to use live weather today. Just because, again, I want to focus on kind of showing you guys how this all works. And just eliminating a few variables there for myself. We'll go for a few clouds. All right. Oh, one thing I didn't show you guys as well. Just flick that back on real quick. You've got the cabin warning light here. That of course works as well. So if I come back here, you can see. Oh no, maybe not. Have I run out of battery? I have not. Let me just. There we are. You can see it's lit up now. No smoking. Fasten seatbelts. And then of course you can choose one or the other. There we go. Lovely stuff. All right. Battery off again. And I tell you what we'll do now is we'll come back out of the drone camera and we'll start having a look at some of this stuff. So in order to sort of interact with the aircraft on the ground, load it up and things like that, you've got this little clipboard that lives there on top of the glare shield. Very nice indeed. And this is how you basically operate all of the sort of ground services and things like that on this aircraft, as well as loading it up, and you can do a little bit of maintenance as well. So I'll just flick through this very quickly for you guys. So you've got performance and limitations there. I won't go through that in too much detail here, but basically you've got the general characteristics of the aircraft, some power settings as well as a single engine procedure. You can set the engines on fire on this and fail an engine. So single engine procedure, quite important to know. And a few other little bits of information there. This is the weight and balance page. We're going to come back to that in a minute, but essentially what you can do here is basically set your fuel, your oil levels. Oil is very important in this aircraft. The simulation of the oil system is very, very in-depth as well. And yeah, we'll come back to that again a little bit later on. You've got your options for various different... Oops. Oh, have I just done something that I didn't know you could do? Huh. Yeah, so you've got your options for various different pieces of ground equipment. So you've got passenger stairs, door, baggage car. You guys saw all that when we were outside, and I'll show you how that all looks when it's in operation as well. So when you operate anything on the ground here, so for example, if I just click the left engine, you can see you've got this sort of virtual ground crew, and you can see it's got a sort of a progress percentage there. And every time you do an action here with the ground crew, it will actually take some time for it to actually happen. So it doesn't happen instantly. So it's a little bit more realistic in that sense. And we'll see that all in action as well when we fully load up everything here. The ground crew will come to life. You've got three people as part of your ground crew, and they will carry out all the actions for you. They can only carry out one action at once as well, so if you ask them to do multiple things, it will all get queued up. Very, very cool detail, I think. Patrick, welcome to the chat, dude. Hope you're doing well. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Welcome. All right. Beautiful. Also, guys, if you have any questions about the aircraft, we do have the developers in the chat, so feel free to ask any questions if you have any. All right, so we've got the engine startup page. We will come back to that once we're ready for an engine start, but this is what I was referring to earlier on about the assisted start. Like I said, we'll come back to that. I'm very aware that I'm totally waffling on about everything here and really, really taking my time over this. So I'm going to try and speed up the next few bits of this, but I want to obviously show you guys it. I think everybody wants to see it fly, right? So I'm going to maybe pick up the pace a little bit. I'm very aware that I'm just waffling on forever. Maintenance page, you've got a few things on here. Removing the engine cowlings, oil pans, and we've got another place where we can put the ladder in for the engine start. You do have to have the ladder in place to actually start the engines, as obviously your ground crew would have to wind up the engines and stand on the ladder as part of the engine start procedure. You can even open the battery compartment, something we didn't see as well on the outside. In fact, let's just do that. Why not? Why not? So if you pop out here, you can see the battery compartment opening there, and you've even got the battery in there, which again is modelled to an unnecessarily high level of detail, which is just absolutely brilliant. Absolutely love that. Where are we? There we are. All right. And then, so we've got simulation settings here. engine malfunctions, realistic engine start, and electrical failures. We're going to have them on. Well, what we'll do in this video, stream, we'll do a assisted start, and we'll also do... So we'll do an assisted start, which is where we're going to have the realistic engine start on. But we'll also do a engine start where we're going to wind it up ourselves, which you kind of have to have realistic engine start disabled for that. Because, obviously in a real scenario... you would have someone out here cranking the engine, and then someone inside of the flight deck would have to use the wobble pump here and build up fuel pressure. And it's just impossible to do that all at once. So we'll have realistic engine start off for the first engine start, because I want to show you guys that. So moving on, next page, oil system. Like I said, it's very, very in-depth, the oil system here. There's a lot of stuff you can read on here about the oil system. You've got different oil grades you can actually add in here based on, obviously, the temperature range you're going to be operating in. Today, we're going to be operating at within 20 to 95 Fahrenheit, so we do already have the correct oil grade in, so we don't need to change that, but you can do an oil change, you can top up the oil, and... yeah, other little details with the oil system. If you change the oil as well, and you've still got some oil in, so if I change the oil now, we've still got a bit of oil in here. In fact, half full. That oil is still going to be in there. So if I put in, a different grade of oil, you're going to have a mixture of both there. Which I don't know if it's necessarily going to affect you too much, but it could have some effect there on the way that oil heats up. And... how it operates in the aircraft. Robert says, hey, all, greatest aircraft in terms of detail. I wonder how many hours went into this. Amazing work and result. Yeah, many hours, I imagine. Many hours. How many months would you say you've been working on this for, Otmar? I think it must be nearly a year now, if not a year. Chris says, really is remarkable level of detail. Looks so clean too. Yeah, it is, isn't it, Chris? It's brilliant. It's just such, everything is just so well done in every aspect. Not sure the fuzz pad would fit for this iconic aircraft. Stick with the fuzz file. Yes, I'm gonna need to get a new overlay for the stream, aren't I? I'm gonna need to get a fuzz board or a fuzz clipboard or something, aren't I? Yeah, that's great. I'm tempted now. You've given me the idea. I could probably screenshot this and replace the paper with my other screen. Maybe rotate it around. A year and a half, says Otmar from Wing42. And then all the work from Pam, Eric, Zach. Exactly, yeah. So, yeah. A long time, let's say. Many hours. Many hours. Lander Lakes, welcome to the chat. Hope you're doing well. Good to see you. Yeah, I've missed you guys too. It's been it feels like it's been forever since I streamed last. I'm pleased to be back. And I'm pleased to be showing you guys this absolutely amazing add-on. So, yeah, pleased to be back. All right, let's see what else we've got. So we've got the oil page, radio equipment on here. So we've got, like I said earlier on, we've got radio range navigation built into this aircraft, which is very cool indeed. You've got a little explanation there of that. And then also down at the bottom here, this aircraft does not have a transponder in it natively. There's no transponder up here either. Oh, we can see the radio now. There we go. That's the radio. And so if you did want to use this on VATSIM, you can use a transponder that's kind of built into the to the clipboard here. But we're not going to bother with that today because we don't really need it. And then we've got some credits here as well. Thomas Rask, welcome to the chat, dude. I hope you're doing well. Good to see you. Welcome. Awesome so far. Yeah, it certainly is. Just wait until we get it going. Clem, welcome to the chat as well. Welcome, dude. Hope you're doing well. That's very humbling to hear that you guys have missed me, though. Welcome, nevertheless. Welcome, welcome. All right. All right, guys. I think we're about ready to start actually doing some stuff now. I think we're about ready for it. So, let's get ready for some passengers coming on board, shall we? All right. I'll turn the music quite low. You guys will have to let me know what the volume's like, but I'm going to turn the music quite low so you guys can hear all the sounds and things like that as we get going here. All right. So, we'll get the battery master on. Initially, we'll come over here as well, and we'll keep the nav lights on and the lights. We'll turn the courtesy lights off as well. We don't want to drain the battery too much, like I said earlier on. So we'll have the cabin lights and the dome lights on for the passengers. What we'll also do as well, we've got the cabin warning lights to no smoking. We'll leave it to no smoking now. We haven't quite filled up with fuel yet, so I don't want to put the seatbelt signs on just yet. And what we'll also do as well, just while we've got a free moment as well, is we'll just make sure all our trims are neutral. So I don't know if I mentioned this earlier on, but the trim sort of tabs in this aircraft, very strange locations and very strange appearance. So if I asked you guys to guess which is the elevator trim right about now, I'm guessing probably not a lot of you would be able to guess off the immediate look at this this cabin here, this flight deck. But here we have it. This is the elevator trim here. You can see it does say on there, elevator flap control. So all the control surfaces are referred to as flaps on this aircraft. This aircraft doesn't actually have any flaps that we're used to. So no flaps at all. But this is the elevator trim here. So again, very, very strange piece of design this, because I mean, number one, it's just this huge handle. But number two, for example, if someone left the aircraft in this position here, so that is currently fully trimmed nose down, I believe. Hang on, it actually says here. Fully trimmed to tail heavy. So actually nose up. That's fully trimmed to nose up now, but if you look at that, there's no way of actually telling that that is actually trimmed now, unless obviously you checked outside first, which I suppose as a good pilot you would actually do that, but there's no way of really telling just by glancing at it there. In fact, if we actually go outside here, let's have a look around here. There you go. So you can see the little trim tabs here. On the rudder as well, just here. I've got a little nav light at the back as well. I didn't show you guys that before, did I? So yeah, very strange way of designing things, but we're going to go ahead and just center that, put it back to neutral. Like so. Somewhere around there should do it. Again, no real way of telling that it's exactly in the middle without just looking at it, really. That should do us. Also, we've got a rudder trim tab down here. Again, same sort of design principle. Again, you can trim it all the way rudder, you know, I don't even know if that's rudder left or right, to be honest. I've moved it left, but it might not necessarily be left. But yeah, it's very difficult to tell. So, oh, have I messed this up here? There we go. Yeah, there we go. So that's central. We're going to have it nice and centered there. And then we've got this one right here. Looks like something you'd wind your window down with in a car. This is the aileron trim. And you want that to be about there at 3 o'clock to be neutral. Hopefully that's not off by too much. But there we go. That should do it. All right, great stuff. So we're ready to get some passengers on board now. So let's do that. So on the clipboard, we'll go ahead and we'll get a full load of passengers going on here. Why not? We'll put in some baggage. And all the fuel tanks are currently empty. This aircraft does have a sort of a semi-persistent state as well, so it will sort of save its state in between flights. And yeah, fun fact, I was flying this just on a test flight yesterday, just playing around. And I did one flight, and then I went and I came back, and I didn't top it up with fuel on the second flight. I actually completely ran out of fuel. So I had to make a... Fortunately, I was just flying over an airfield, so I managed to get it down quite nicely. But yeah, fun times, fun times. All right, so we'll get some fuel put in. So yeah, rather strange fuel arrangement as well. So we've got a left main tank in the left wing, and then the right wing we've got a right main tank, which is 70 gallons, and then we've got a right auxiliary tank as well for 66 gallons. So you've got 2 tanks in the right and 1 in the left. They all add up to the same in total. So this is 136 gallons. This added together is 136 gallons. But yeah, rather strange arrangement there. So let's get some fuel on board. And I don't know exactly how much we need for this flight, but it is very short flight. So I'm just going to go ahead and put in somewhere around that amount. I think I need to put more in this tank, actually. Oh, no, we'll just halve that. We'll just halve these 2 tanks. And that should all add up to the same, I think. So we'll do that. And then what you need to do is just click Make It So. And then all the ground crew are going to come to life. As you can see, we've got Henrik here, who is boarding passengers. Howard is loading some mail. And Jack is refueling the left main fuel tank. So if we jump to the drone camera here, we can actually see some of this actually in place happening right now. Oh, the front's already full up, so it's actually despawned there, but we can witness the baggage going in the side here. So if we watch, you can see the actual the luggage actually comes off the trolley here and appears in the cargo hold, which is just fantastic. Brilliant. And then, obviously, if we have a look around here as well, I mean, we probably can't spot too much of the other stuff that's going on. We've probably missed some of it, but yeah, if you have a look around the aircraft, you probably just saw this side cargo door close there, and the luggage cart disappearing. So when you actually do this process here, the and we're going to see the cabin door close as well. There we go. They took away the stairs and closed the door. So it's all kind of a nice automated process. And as you can see, all of these are now unticked because we used the Make It So button to do this whole process. And all of our ground crew basically prepared everything as they should do. We've still got the wheel chocks in place. And then we've got the 2 ladders in place as well, which we'll need for an engine start. All right, great stuff. So let's go ahead. I'm just going to check we've got the right amount of fuel on board now. So you can check the fuel by pulling out these plungers here. And as you can see, we've got about 38 gallons there. And then on the right one, oh, well, these are jittering about a little bit. But as you can see, if you pull this, the needle will come up. And you have to pull it a few times before the needle will actually stabilize. So if I just pull it out like that, you don't really get an accurate reading. So you've got to kind of keep pulling it a little bit until it goes nice and stable so you can read what you've got there. So I think I might have done this wrong on the fuel. So we've got 10 gallons in the the right main. And then again, another one for the right fuel tank. They only put 2 gauges, so you actually have to use this to switch to the auxiliary tank, and I imagine we've got 10 in there as well. Yep, so I've balanced that up. I've balanced that up wrongly. So I'll add a little bit more in the right tanks. Give the dials a tap. I could give the dials a tap indeed. Love to see it. Love to see it. Whilst I'm here as well, let me just correct the altimeter here. We're at 800 feet, so I'm not sure this is actually working fully yet. So I'm just going to just put in 800 feet here. Oh, really, Wing? Oh, really, Otmar? Okay, so it was actually on the right setting before. Okay, fair enough. All right, so we'll put it about there. I think that was what it was on before. Lovely stuff. All right, so we'll put a touch more fuel in the right tank, but I don't think it's going to make too much of a difference. But just for my OCD, let's do that. All right, so we're nearly there. We're nearly there for an engine start. We'll let that fuel load on, and we'll get going. In fact, what we'll do while we wait for that to happen is we'll ask Jack to go ahead and replace the cowlings. So you can see the cowlings coming back on with a nice little animation there. Love to see it. I'll do that again, just for you guys. Beautiful. In fact, we'll do the left engine. It'll be easier to see. Fantastic. Right. We'll get rid of the oil pans as well. We don't need those. And we'll close the battery compartment. We'll start the right engine first. So I'll get the starter crank attached as well whilst we get things prepared here in the flight deck. Let's just see how much fuel we've got in here now. I've probably put too much in now. Oh no, that's about good. About 15. And then in the other tank, 15. Fantastic. Oh, okay. I thought we had 30, but we have a bit more. That should do it, though. I don't think we need to concern ourselves too much with that. Right. More games. PL, welcome to the chat. Hope you're doing well. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Welcome. Even the suitcases are awesome. Yeah, it's brilliant, isn't it? Everybody's enjoyed it. Is that actually a Star Trek reference, Otmar? Right. Okay. So we're ready for an engine start then. So let's first of all get our mixtures forwards. Let's get the props forwards as well. Oh, actually, one little detail I didn't show you guys yet, actually. So each of these, or a few of these controls, so your mixture, your prop, and your throttle, as well as the oil shutters, they all have a friction lock. Hey, Thomas Rass coming in with 1,000 stars on Facebook. Thank you very much, dude. That is extremely generous of you. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Much appreciated. Good to see you again anyway. Welcome back. Stephen says, great aircraft. Thanks for showcasing. Great work. Look forward to this one. Yeah, it should be really, really nice. And it releases next week. On Monday, in fact. Wow. Yeah. Not long at all. Not long at all. And the price as well. I don't think I've covered the price yet, have I? Let's have a look. So, if I remember off the top of my head, I can't remember what currency the price was in, actually. Let me just double check. Okay, I can't remember off the top of my head. I think it's only going to be... I'm sure Wing42 will be able to remind me, but I think it's going to be 20 euros, isn't it? So only 20 euros for all this. Absolutely crazy. I got my date wrong. The release is tomorrow. Oh my god. I got it so wrong. Why did I think it was the 4th? God damn it. Wow. Okay. Oh dear. For some reason I thought it was the 4th. Oh dear. Well, there you go, guys. Tomorrow. Releases tomorrow, fingers crossed. And it's going to be, it's $20, not 20 euros. So there we go. Absolutely brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Fantastic. All right, great stuff. Well then, let's carry on. So, yeah, so you've got these friction locks that are actually fully modeled as well, which is really, really cool. And so you can sort of pull these along to lock the levers in place. So if I pull that all the way there, as you can see, they're getting tighter as you come further down, so it's harder to move it. But now if I try and pull the propeller lever, I cannot actually move that at all. I can actually move it with my controller, but if I use the mouse, you can't move it at all. But if I move it to like an intermediate setting here, you can... Oh, let's go a bit further up. Okay, it's not working with this one. There we go. So, there we go. So if I put it to sort of an intermediate friction level, I can actually pull these, but it's still a lot tighter than what it would be normally. And if I put it all the way back, there you go. You can see I can move it freely now. So again, just another little detail that I thought I'd point out there. All right, so mixtures forward, props are forward. We'll crack the throttle a little bit here on the right engine. Oil shutters are open and the carburetor air temperature is cold. Let's go for an engine start, guys. So for this first engine start, we're actually going to have the realistic engine start off, just so I can show you guys what it looks like from the outside to actually start the engines. So we'll do that. What we need to do though first is we'll go ahead and turn the fuel on. So we'll use the left main tank initially, and we'll feed that to both engines. And what we'll also do is we'll put the master ignition on and the magnetos on for the right engine. And we'll do I'm not sure if you actually need to prime the engine for a non-realistic engine start, but we're going to do it anyway. So we'll prime the engines. So 1, 2, and we'll go for 3 strokes. And then we'll just turn that off and lock it. Right. So I think we're good to go. Oh, and guys, hopefully you guys can hear the clock ticking as well. Very nice. I told you there's so much detail to this. Right, so let's go for an engine start. I'll turn the music off completely, actually, so you guys can hear it. We'll jump outside to the right engine, and we'll get this thing wound up. Let's make sure I've not forgotten anything. No, I think we're good to go. Let's do it. All right, so you can basically just click here and start winding up the engine. And then once you think it's got to a high enough RPM, I'm going to let it go just for a little bit here. And then you want to come down and pull the clutch here. And that didn't work. Damn. Okay, did I miss something? I don't think I have. Maybe I didn't pull the clutch long enough. Let's try again. Let's try again. Let's see. So, Upmar says, it's a gamble on my part. Microsoft Flight Simulator is a different market, and I figure we can sell add-ons cheaper now than before in FSXP 3D. I have a blog post up on about this for more detail. Yeah, exactly, yeah. Let me just get this engine started here. Or try to. There we go. Beautiful. Yeah, I just needed to pull the clutch a bit longer there. All right, great stuff. We'll close that window just so it doesn't get too loud in here. Beautiful stuff. All right, now we'll go for a realistic engine start. So, let's see. Let's just catch up with some chat. Lander Lake says, sorry, I don't dare until I get the 737-800. Fair enough, dude. 737-800 might be a little while off, though. So, I mean, $20. Come on, bruh. Oh, and guys, I will mention as well, if you're going to get this add-on when it comes out, if you check the link of the video description, I am part of an affiliate program with Wing42, and if you use my affiliate link down in the description, I will get a small commission if you use my link, basically. So if you're thinking about getting this or any other Wing42 product, that would really help out the channel if you want to do that. So that link is in the description of the video. Paul says, how is that possible? Only €20 for this much work and beautiful detail. Yeah, so I think Altmar mentioned that in the chat. If you go to the Wing42 website as well, check their blog, and yeah, there's a bit of a detail that Altmar went into there about why it's priced this way. And yeah, it's really great to see, to be honest. In my opinion, the market for flight sim add-ons in Microsoft Flight Simulator is, from what I've heard from developers, is much bigger than any other sim has been before. So yeah, I mean, higher volume can hopefully make up for being a slightly lower price. But that being said, this is easily $40, $50 add-on in my opinion. But yeah, it's great to see that Wing42 is willing to sort of try new things in terms of the pricing, and again, with the affiliate program that they've set up as well, really cool to see them do that. That's been something the gaming industry has been doing for quite a while now, for many other games, but Flight Sim, I've not seen that before, so I think Wing42 is the first to set up something like that for content creators, which is really cool to see. Aviation Boy, welcome to the chat as well. I hope you're doing well.
Good to have you back.
Hey.
Great preview of what looks like a fantastic aircraft.
Hey, Chris, thank you very much, dude. That's super generous of you. Thank you very much for the £10 tip. Absolute legend. Yeah, it's good to be back. It's good to be back. Like I said earlier on in the stream, unfortunately, I don't think I'm going to be back to a fully regular schedule just yet. But yeah, soon. All right. Shut says you've got my support and cash for Wing42. Amazing, dude. Love to see it. Great. Okay, and then Villain asks on Twitch as well, PC or Xbox. This is PC only for the moment, I believe. Hopefully Wing42 can maybe clarify that in the chat. All right, so we're going to tick realistic engine start, and we're going to do a realistic engine start this time. So we do have engine malfunctions on, and electrical failures as well. So let's just come over here and just check on the... Let's check on the temperatures here. So oil temperature is looking good, just a little bit over 60. And Oil pressure is around about 70 as well, so that's all looking good. And yeah, I think that should be quite good for running it idle. Let's increase the RPM just a little bit so that the engines warm up a little bit better. That's definitely a bit too far there. There we go. So around about 1,000 RPM for the warm-up. I'll just open this as well so you guys can hear it at slightly higher RPM. There we go. Okay, so let's go for an engine start on the left engine. So we'll attach the starter crank there. We're going to get rid of the ladder and the starter crank from the right engine as well. We'll crack the throttle. Great stuff. Let's turn on the magnetos for the left engine as well. And let me just quickly check the temperatures. I didn't mention this one earlier on, so this is how you check your engine temperature. Again, only one gauge for checking the engine temperature and the carburetor temperature as well. So you've got C for, it's very, very small text, but you've got C for carburetor, number 4 for the fourth cylinder in the engine, and number 1 for the first. As you can see, sitting just above 200 Fahrenheit at the moment on the first, 200 exactly on the fourth, and the carburetor heat is currently broken, I believe, so that's being worked on. Alright, so let's go for an engine start on engine number, well, the left engine. So we'll have to prime it, so we'll put the engine selector to left engine. This is the priming control here. We'll turn on the priming valve, and we're going to go for 3 strokes again. So 1, 2, and let's pull that out all the way. Oh, and 3. Okay. Hopefully I've not overprimed it there by accident. We'll turn that off, and let's go for a start on engine, the left engine. Okay, so wind up flywheel. You can see our crew member Jack is out there winding up the crank here. And what we need to do now is we actually need to build up some fuel pressure. So you can see you've got the fuel pressure gauges here. We need about 5 psi to start the engine. So we're actually going to use the wobble pump down here to do that. So let's go ahead and build up some fuel pressure. And once we get to about 5 psi, which we are about to now, we're going to go to mesh flywheel. And there she goes. Good old Jack. Beautiful. Got that one first time. Alright, it's a very low RPM though. It's not sounding too healthy, is it? Oil pressure is okay. Oil temperature looks okay. We'll just leave it a minute so it warms up a bit. You do have to let the engines warm up in this aircraft. Let's have a look at the temperatures. So just under 200 there. Yeah, so it's definitely quite a bit cooler than the right engine. Although the right engine is actually starting to cool down a bit now. Okie dokie. Let's close this window. It's quite loud in here. Just going to turn the sound down just a touch here as well.
An amazing streamer introducing an amazing plane. I'm happy.
Oh, thank you very much, Manacle. Thank you very much for the £5 tip. Yeah, very kind words of you. Thanks for saying that. And yeah, it is a fantastic aircraft. Yeah, it's really, really cool. I can't wait for you guys to get your hands on it. All right, so how are we looking then? Now, I'm a little bit concerned about this left engine, to be honest. Oh no, it seems to have synced up now. Okay. Okay. Let's bring the RPMs just up a little bit. Right, there we go. Okay, cool. So we're pretty much done with the clipboard now. There's not really too much we can actually do with this once we actually start moving. So we'll remove the wheel chocks. Get rid of those. Wheel chocks down here. There they go. And I'm going to basically just put this page just in case we need to refer to it, really. I am just going to write down some power settings because I always forget them. They are quite easy to remember in this aircraft, to be fair, though, but my memory is like a sieve, especially when I'm streaming. Right, so another little quick check here of the temperatures. So oil temperature is looking good, and oil pressure is looking good as well. Cylinder temperatures are looking fine. Not too bad. Not too bad at all. Let's have a quick look outside. You can see there's a little bit of white smoke coming out of the engines there. It's quite difficult to see. Let me just go to this camera here. There you go. A little bit of smoke coming out the exhaust there. And then even if we come in close down here, underneath, you can see the exhaust pipes rattling away there. And the same on this side as well. Absolutely incredible. Even if you come back in here by the engine cowling, if we sort of poke our head in here, you can actually see some of the piping here as well, vibrating away inside the engine. Absolutely brilliant. All right. Okay, cool. Rattling exhaust, so cool. Indeed it is, Paul. So, let's see. Big Ear says, loved you Bleriot as well, Wing42, so we'll definitely be picking up tomorrow. Yeah, definitely. Definitely. Both absolutely fantastic add-ons. Yeah, definitely would recommend picking this up. It has to be PC only release for now. Let's just put this up. So it has to be PC release only for now because we use the WebAssembly for system simulation. As soon as Microsoft figured out how to run those modules on Xbox, we'll consider a port as well. There we go, yeah. And I believe... oh, just nearly pulled the engine idle by accident there. But yeah, I believe Microsoft are actually working on some kind of workaround for the whole WASM situation, which I think they said is potentially going to be in not the next sim update, but the one after that. And then they hope to fully resolve the situation by the end of the year. That's what I've got from the Q&As. Obviously, that could be all subject to change, but yeah, that's what I've got from the Q&As. Flying the Ju-52 in VR is an amazing experience. Can't wait to fly this. But first, when DLSS? Oh, DLSS? No idea, Lord Payne. But yeah, this will definitely be a great one for VR for sure. Can you please make a video about all the steps for starting up programming the MCDU and getting underway for the A32NX? I could... Yeah, I mean, I could do that, but there are a lot of videos out there already on that subject. If you check out 320 Sim Pilot on YouTube, he's got a great video on that. Oh, if you also check out V1 simulations. No, sorry, V2 simulation. Is it V1? V1 or V1 simulations on YouTube as well. He's got some great videos on that. Both real Airbus pilots as well. CMDR Dempster says, would be good to see realistic engine damage on planes in Microsoft Flight Simulator. After all, the engines catch fire, so would be good to see the consequences so we deal with the issue at hand. Boom. Yeah, so in fact, it's funny you should say that actually, because in this aircraft, it does actually have a realistic sort of failure model for the engines, and you can set the engines on fire in this aircraft. Hopefully that doesn't happen to us in this flight for my own sake, but I'm sure you guys would find it amusing if it did happen. Maybe, I think what we're going to try and do for this flight today, I'm well aware I haven't briefed the flight or the route or anything, but we're just going to get underway at this point because I've been rambling on for ages. So I'm just going to get underway. We're just going to do a VFR flight to begin with, and then the return leg we're going to do some radio range navigation. And I tell you what we'll do on that flight is maybe I'll try and push one of the engines over its limits, and we'll see if we can set it on fire and see how that works out for us. But I mean, maybe I do it by accident. We'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. Need someone to build period appropriate airports. That would be super cool, wouldn't it, Peter? That would be so cool to see, like an airport from the 30s or the 40s or something like that. That would be so cool, actually. I mean, I know there is a couple of add-ons out there where if you change the time to a certain year, it will actually change the appearance of the airport depending on what time of year it is. But yeah, nothing from sort of, you know, the 30s, 40s and stuff like that. Keys is asking, flaps indicator, question mark. There's no flaps on this aircraft. No flaps at all. Alright, so we could do a quick check of the flight controls here. So we'll do that before we get underway. So we'll have a quick peek out the window. You can see the ailerons there moving. All looking good. And on the right wing as well, we could just about see that if we move forward a little bit here. There we go. We'll check the elevator as well. We can actually see that moving just out of the window there. And if I actually just open the window here and just poke my head out, we can actually see the rudder as well. So we'll do a quick rudder check as well. There she goes. Very big control service there on that rudder. Very, very cool indeed. Let's close the window. Actually, I'm going to leave the window open for the taxi. We'll turn the volume down a bit, though, just so it's not so loud. All right. Let's go. Seatbelt signs on in the back. We can see they're on now. Beautiful stuff. Let's go, chat. So, this aircraft is quite a handful to taxi. There's a lot of braking involved, so you'll have to excuse me if I'm a bit all over the place. But I have been practicing, so hopefully this is not too bad. Release the parking brake, and let's get underway. Let's poke our head out the window. Just going to bring the engines back very slightly. And we're basically going to taxi out to the runway. We are on a weather preset here, so there is very little wind. We're just going to taxi out to, I believe it's runway 23 right here. We're at Cleveland International. This is actually a freeware scenery, by the way, guys. I don't know if I mentioned, but this is actually a fantastic freeware scenery for this airport. Available on flightsim.to. So I highly recommend checking this one out. It's really, really good, actually. As you can see, terminal building modelled very nicely indeed. Oh, we've got Schutz. Schutz is over there in the Kodiak. We've got Mariner as well. I don't know if Mariner's back yet or not. Oh, he's back. Brilliant. Love to see it. Oh, we've got Thomas Rask as well. Love to see it. Amazing, dude. In a Piper. Fantastic. As you can see, this airport scenery, just fantastic. Honestly, almost payware quality, I think, for this one, even though it's free. Absolutely brilliant. What runway for takeoff? I actually forgot which runway it is, but I think it's 2-3 left. I think 2-3 left or 2-8 left. 2 something left. Using a bit of differential braking there to get around the corners a little bit easier, and kind of wiggling around left and right so I can actually see where I'm going here. As you can see, visibility is very limited in here, especially if I sit back down into the pilot's position. Very, very difficult to see out the front. Thomas Rask there in his Piper. Love to see it. I would show you guys some more of the outside cameras while we're taxiing around here, but this is requiring a lot of concentration. Alright, I think we're going to take this next left here. There we go, it's 24 left, runway 24 left, guys. I was close, 2-3 left, 2-8 left. 2-4 left is the runway we're using. All right, so we're going to pull up here at the holding point, and then we'll go ahead and do a bit of a run up. Going to point us slightly into the wind. Like I said, I don't think there's any wind really on this weather preset. Parking brake set. Let's have a look. Windsock. There we go. We're more or less pointed into the wind. There's hardly any wind anyway. All right. I'm going to close the window for this. In fact, I'll leave it open so you guys can hear it. Okay, so for a run up, we're going to come up to 22 inches on the manifold pressure. Oh, I forgot to turn the courtesy lights on. No, we'll turn them on now. Remember, this manifold pressure gauge is only for one engine, so I'm going to just have to double check that we're at the right manifold pressure on the other one once we get there. There we go, 22 inches on the left engine. Let's switch to the right engine. And there we go, 22 inches on both. Fantastic stuff. And just under 1500 RPM, so that's all looking good. Just checking the prop control is all the way forward, which it is. Great stuff. You can see now the battery is actually charging. Now we're at a higher power setting, which is great. T's and P's are all looking good. Everything's looking good there. Let's have a quick look down here. T's and P's all looking good there as well. Okay, so we'll do a mag check initially. So we'll start with the right engine and we'll go to the right mag. Very, very slight drop in RPM there. And you can sort of hear it as well, but it's very, very subtle. And back to both. You can see it recovering there. It's just very, very minor. And then to the left mag. And you can see all of the controls wobbling about in here as well. I don't know if I showed you guys that yet. Looks great. Absolutely brilliant. And then, oh, shit. Oh, no. Okay, I think I turned that off by mistake there. Right, okay, there we go. Recovering and looking good. So let's do the left engine now. Slight drop in RPM there. Back to both. And to the left mag. Very slight drop again. Back to both. Okay, great stuff. It's funny that you're using a modern side stick and throttle quadrant for an older aircraft. Yeah, it is, isn't it? But, I mean, if you can find me somewhere that sells a yoke like this for my desktop simulator, I will eat my hat. To be fair, there probably is somewhere out there, very obscure. All right, let's do a feather check. We'll start with the right engine. Oh, I forgot to show you this while we were stopped, the feathering animation, but anyway, we'll do a feather check now. So we'll feather the right engine. And we're going to see a big drop in RPM there. It's going to come down to about 600, 700, I believe. There we go, just under 700. And we'll unfeather that now. Dang, I would buy that 247D hook. Yeah, that'd be super cool, wouldn't it? And there we go. It's coming unfeathered, and it should recover to about just under 1500 RPM. And the button should pop out. I think it already did. There we go. Okay, and the left engine. All looking good. Let's unfeather it and we'll close that off. You can see that's draining the battery loads there. Hopefully we don't blow any fuses. There we go. Should recover now. All right, looking good. Fantastic, and we'll just check the prop control as well. So bring the prop all the way back to... all the way back. Great stuff. And all the way forward. Another Concorde overhead, obviously. We've got Schutz here in his Kodiak. Brilliant. And I think this is Thomas Rask here as well. Love to see it. Okay, great stuff. So that is the run-up more or less complete. So bring the manifold pressure back. We'll bring the RPM back down to about 1,000. I'm not sure what actually manifold pressure that would sit at. All right, that should do it. Time for takeoff, guys. Let's do it. We'll just check the T's and P's one more time. Everything looking good. Yeah, we're looking good, guys. We are looking good. All right, so we'll turn the courtesy lights off for the takeoff. Yes, they are actually located right in front of the landing lights. So if I actually go to the drone camera here, you can actually see the courtesy lights is this little structure here, and then the bulb behind it is the landing light. So there's not really any use in having the courtesy lights on, I imagine, when the landing lights are on. So we're going to turn those off for the takeoff. So courtesy lights off, and we'll go ahead and get the pitot heat on and the landing lights on. We'll leave the radio off. We're not going to use that just yet. And it's time to go, guys. Let's do it. I'm going to go ahead and close this window for the takeoff. It's going to get very loud. Releasing the parking brake. Need to have a long conversation with Authenticate. Yes, you do. Let's see if I can do a half decent lineup here. Hey, not bad. Not bad at all. We'll come to a full stop. This doesn't need too much runway to take off with. All right, great stuff. So, parking brake is set. Let's get those engines revved up. So, we're going to go to 36 inches of manifold pressure for the takeoff. Oh, in fact, actually, before we do that, let me just set the gyro properly. I've not done that yet, have I? So, about 236 there. So somewhere around there. Directional gyro does have drift simulated as well, so that can drift on longer flights, but shouldn't be an issue for us for this flight. Let's go ahead and rev her up. So we're going up to 36 inches of manifold pressure, which is right here, just below this red area. I'm going to hold full back on the yoke here. And we're going to do a 3-point takeoff. So I'm going to hold the yoke fully back for the takeoff run. I'm going to take off on all 3 wheels, which is quite unusual for a tail dragger, but that's what we're going to do. All right, holding full back on the yoke, releasing the parking brake. And she should take off in relative short order, actually. There she goes. Releasing that pressure. Great stuff. I'm going to get in a bit of trim straight away. Then we're going to actually turn the landing lights off and bring the gear up. We don't want to operate too many electrical devices at once, otherwise we are going to overload the circuits. And we're up. Beautiful. We'll turn the landing lights back on now. Now that the gear's been retracted. And we're going to come back on the manifold pressure to the climb power setting of 32 inches, which is there. And we're going to bring the props a little bit back as well to 2100 RPM. There we go. Perfect. Great stuff. Nice little takeoff there, I think. All right, and we can probably shallow out just a little bit so we're not climbing quite as aggressively. Beautiful. Fantastic. All right, so what we're going to do for this routing today is we're actually going to follow the coastline of this lake. We're just going to follow it around until we get to a village or a town called Port Clinton. And then we're going to follow a road called the... which is the road we're following? Sorry, we're going to head straight west from Port Clinton and then over Oak Harbor. And then we're going to follow the SR163 road all the way to the airfield. It should only take about half an hour to 40 minutes. But that is the flight for today. We're climbing very well here. I was going to go to 4,500 feet for this flight. We might go a little bit higher, actually. Well, maybe we'll go to 4,500 feet. So we're climbing out very well. We're at 3,500 currently. T's and P's are all looking good. Oil temperature has dropped a little bit, but the oil pressure is still up, so we're not looking too bad. Going to start to shallow out the climb a little bit, ready for the level off. Let's look at the cylinder temperatures as well. They're all looking good. Just dodging the clouds a little bit here. Bit of forward trimming. And there's no autopilot in this, guys, so it's all going to be manual flight. And we're just going to follow the coast. Oh dear, the level off. Nearly overshot it there. I think we're just about managing. There we go. Okay. A little bit of trim. Let her accelerate. Then we're going to pull the power back to 29 inches, which I think we're actually on already through the climb. We are indeed. We're already on 29 inches. So we'll bring the props back to 2,000 RPM. All right, then a little bit of trim in. Get her going level. She is an absolute dream to fly. Super, super nice to fly. Check the oil temperature. Might want to close the shutters for a while. Yeah. I was thinking of doing that just once we get leveled off here. Yeah, the temperature did drop quite a lot there, didn't it? About 10 degrees through the climb out. Right, so let's do that then. So, oil shutters. We'll get those closed mostly. Oh, we might as well close them all the way, actually, and see how that... Oh, dear. Excuse me. All right, there we go. Great stuff. All right. I'm still trying to get us leveled off here a little bit. We've just climbed a little bit more there. There we go. We'll just do like a very, very gentle climb down by about 100 feet. A gentle descent, not a climb down. Alright, anyway, let's get the radio on. So, as I said earlier on, this radio is functional for some navigation. You can use it for radio range navigation, which, like I say, we'll go into in the next leg. But you can also tune AM radio stations on it. So as you can see, I've already tuned this for the intro here, but if you kind of go through it, you can kind of see the... Let me just make sure we're not climbing too much more. We are still climbing a bit. Right, there we go. And yeah, if you go through it like this, you can actually hear that the signal degradation is actually modeled in. Like, you can kind of hear it. It's a bit quieter here. Oh, I've lost it. Oh, I've completely lost it. Hang on. Let me just make sure we're doing the right thing here. Okay, cool. So you can hear the radio very quietly there. There we go. It's very quiet, this one. I think the frequency is 620, but I think it's a little bit off here. There we go, 650. Beautiful. There we go, guys. Nicely establishing the cruise. Stephen, thank you very much for the 100 stars as well, dude. Much appreciated. Very kind of you. Very, very kind. SVS Dan, thank you very much for the follow on Twitch as well. I hope you're doing well. Welcome, welcome. All right, how are these oil temperatures doing then? They're still sitting around 50, just a little bit below 50. Oil pressure is looking good though, if a little bit on the high side, but not too bad, I don't think. Let's have a look at some of these views then. Look at that. Beautiful. I love that one. Big fan of that one. Like that one as well. Oh, yes. Hey, look, we got the crew behind us. Fantastic. Love to see it. Oh, oil pressure's dropped a bit there. Quite a bit, actually. Could be in for some trouble here, maybe. Dan, welcome to the chat. Hope you're doing well. Good to see you. Wing42 says we'll post up on our social media when she's ready. Hope our server will hold up. Yeah. I think you're going to have a lot of people coming in tomorrow for this. Oh, I tell you what we should do as well is we should lean the mixture a little bit here as well. Let's just complete this turn first. Not doing a great job at holding 4,500 feet here, am I? Excuse me. Will says, great liftoff, Captain. Thank you very much, dude. Thank you. That was not too bad of a takeoff, was it, actually? Have I tried the DC Design Concorde yet? No, I have not. No. So we're going to point ourselves towards this sort of peninsula up here, and then we're going to follow that directly west, and that should pick up our sort of road that leads us in towards the airport that we're going to. We're actually going to Toledo Executive. I don't think I explained this to you guys earlier on, did I? I don't think I did a very good chance here because I got carried away. But yeah, so we're doing a leg from the United Airlines coast-to-coast route today. This is actually a real route that United flew in their Boeing 247s, and they did actually stop off at Cleveland and Toledo, what is now known as Toledo Executive. And yeah, so that's the route we're doing today. I actually found the timetable for United Airlines in 1935, I believe it was. And that is the route we're recreating today. Yeah, we didn't really talk about the oil system and the electrical system too much, did we? I wanted to kind of go through that with you guys, but I got a bit eager to get going. Maybe once we've done a landing, we'll have a quick look at the manual and see what there is in there. See what the oil temperatures are looking like. Ah, they're recovering a little bit actually. There we go. That's nice. So oil temperature coming back up into the 50s now, which is good to see. We are doing a bit of a descent here. Definitely a bit more of a descent than I wanted to. But yes, Patrick, I agree. DC6, a little bit less complicated, but no less detailed. Yeah, I agree. I mean, one could argue, to be honest, because the DC6 doesn't really come with a very literal explanation of what is simulated and what isn't. I mean, one could argue this is potentially more detailed than the DC6, but I don't know, because like I say, they don't really say what is and what isn't in there. But there is a very, very deep simulation going on in this aircraft. Like I said, we didn't really have a chance to discuss it before we set off. But there's a lot going on there with regards to the oil system, the electrical system, the fuel system, and there's lots of stuff in there that you might not expect, really, especially for an add-on that's $20. And maybe we'll try and cover that once we get on the ground. So I am intentionally trying to do a small descent here to get back to our intended altitude. Let's see, what else have we got? I just checked eBay and Amazon, sadly they don't sell that kind of yoke. Yeah, I've not seen anything like that before. And I think we've got no choice but to go through this cloud here. I don't think we're going to get around it. We are descending slightly though, so we might just clip the bottom of it. This is a VFR flight, guys, but like I say, you can do a very, very early form of IFR in this aircraft using the radio range, which we will have a look at. In fact, I tell you what, I mean, you guys probably remember me doing the DC6 stream with the radio range. But let's go ahead and I'll just tune one of the radio ranges so you guys can kind of hear what it's about. So if we put this to continuous wave and go on to, I think the frequency is in this band. So it's 239 it, and you can kind of just hear it there. There it is. As it happens, we're actually flying right on a beam as we fly at this moment in time, which is quite a coincidence. I don't quite believe it, but we are. And I'm going to turn the volume down a bit. But basically how this works is the radio range is a radio-based nav aid on the ground. Oh dear, I did not mean to pull up that much there. Yeah, so it's a ground-based radio nav aid, and it will... There we go. So, we must have been flying through a beam there. Oh, wait. Yeah, so, anyway, I'll explain. How it works is basically the nav aid, the radio range will send out 2 Morse code letters, an A and an N. And what you basically need to do is you need to use this in conjunction with the charts, but you'll need to listen for either an A or an N in Morse code. And right now we can... I believe we can hear more of an A there. We can hear both the tones at once, but... Yeah, we can hear more of an A there, but basically what will happen is because of the Morse code of an A and an N, I don't know if you guys know, an A is a dot dash, an N is a dash dot. When they are overlapping, they will form basically a continuous tone, and then you can actually use that to fly in towards the radio range, and you can get to a certain location. That's a very, very, very brief overview of it. But that's essentially what you're listening to right now, the Morse code. Let's put the radio back on. But yeah, we'll try and do a bit of that on the return leg. Okay, did a little bit of a dive there while I was looking at the radio, but now we're at a cruising altitude. Fantastic stuff. Great stuff. We've got an airport below us there. This is the airport that I did an emergency landing at when I ran out of fuel the other day. Can we have a bit of drum and bass on, Captain? Natural Navigator Kappa, yeah, exactly. Alright, how are we looking then? Oil temp's coming back up, that's nice to see. We're over 60 degrees now on the oil temperature, which is good. RPMs have increased a little bit on the engines there, I think probably because of my unintentional dive I did there. Alright, chat. We're looking good. I'm just trying my best to stay on level flight here, which I'm kind of struggling with, I'm not going to lie. Yeah, this is not the kind of aircraft where you can spend a lot of time looking away from the instrument panel or or even in the cabin, unfortunately, as nice as the cabin is, because you've got to constantly adjust. We could actually turn the signs off in the back now. So feel free to get your ciggies out if that's your thing. Have a smoke and a pancake. Alright, in fact, to tell you what I'm going to do is I am actually going to initiate the descent here. So I'm going to pull the power back a bit. Not by too much, though. So we'll come down to... We'll try around 20 inches and see what that gives us. We'll stay at 2,000 RPM for now. And we're just going to let her drop down naturally. So we're currently passing over Port Clinton. That is directly below us. That was just after the airfield. So that's Keller Airfield here. There's Port Clinton below us. And we're just going to continue west until we pass over Oak Harbor. And then we're going to look for a road that basically just goes straight west, and then we're going to follow that and look to our about 2 o'clock position, and we should... Let's get this thing in trim. We don't want to descend at such a high rate of descent. We're going to look to our 2 o'clock position, and then we should be able to see the airport at some point. There we go. It's a bit louder there on that very good seat. Okay, there we go. So there's Port... What did I say it was called? Oak Harbor in front of us. That's Oak Harbor there. And this is the road here that we need to follow. You can just see it just there. So I'm actually going to bear left a little bit so we can see that out the right window. And I'm going to try and trim for about 500 feet per minute going down. 500 to 1,000 feet per minute, somewhere around there. And we are a bit higher than our anticipated cruising altitude, so I might actually come down at about 1,000 feet per minute initially. But the airfield itself, it should be somewhere over here, somewhere around this cloud, maybe behind it. So we're doing well, guys. The engines haven't set on fire. I don't think we've had any electrical failures. Let's just check, actually. Let's have a look in here and make sure we've not had any fuses pop. No, they're all looking good. I have had in my test flights in this aircraft, I have had the landing gear fuse pop actually a couple of times now. Mainly due to the fact that I think it was because I was operating the landing lights and the landing gear at the same time, which is quite a lot of load onto the circuit there. So, can we see the airfield yet? I think I might be able to. I tell a lie. You think there is one pop, says Otmar. Oh no. Alright, we'll have a look in a sec. Just want to get this thing trimmed a little bit better. I'm going to pull the power light back a little bit more. We are picking up quite a bit of speed. This thing does love to fly, though, doesn't it? It doesn't want to get too settled in this descent here. Okay, so I think that's the airfield somewhere up here. I think somewhere in that vicinity. this is a railroad track as well, which more or less leads directly to the airfield. All right, let's have a look again. Oh, there is one popped. The dome light's popped. We'll pull that out and put a fresh one in. Beautiful. Beautiful. Thank you very much for pointing that out, man. Good thing it was only lighting, though, so it wouldn't have necessarily been too much of an issue for us. Rudden the Great, thank you very much for subbing on YouTube. Much appreciated. Hope you're well, and welcome to the stream. All right. T's and P's are looking good. Oil temperature's actually come up now to 80 degrees Fahrenheit. So I'm actually going to put these about halfway now. Put the landing gear to neutral. Should have done that already. I subbed just because it isn't a Concorde flight. Brilliant. Funny. Okay, so speed's come off a little bit now, which is okay. We're 150 kilometers per hour. Still can't see the airfield. I think this is it right here. I think that's it right there. Hopefully it should render in a bit better once we get a bit closer, but it's not really helping my descent planning. I believe it is a 600 feet AGL though, the airport itself, so we're going to come down to 1,600 nevertheless. It's got to be, surely. Maybe not, actually. I really wish it wasn't so difficult to see the airfields from a distance in the sim. Oh, there it is. I think that's it right there. Oh, God. Yeah, I think that must be it right there. Alright, coming down to 2,000 feet. Just missed this one. We're going to do another leg though, dude. So, feel free to stick around. You're more than welcome. Is that the airfield? Oh my god, why is it so difficult to see? Oh, there we go. Yeah, I think I see the lights now. I do. No, I don't. I thought I saw the lights here, but I think that was just some textures flickering. Huh. Okay. Let's level off anyway. Is there another visual cue we can use here? There's a railway that points directly in towards the airfield as well. And then a junction that also points there. So I think this is the railway right here. Let's turn in. There it is. There's the runway. Beautiful. Fantastic. We got there in the end. Lovely stuff. Okay, let's go ahead and turn the radio off anyway for the arrival, just so we're not overloading any circuits. Oh, landing lights. I left them on. Oh, dear. No wonder we had a fuse pop. Oil temperature's dropped back down to 60 now. That's not too bad, I don't think. I think oil temperatures can go up to all the way up to 165, I believe. So let's go ahead and just close these a little bit more. Runway is in sight now. Lovely stuff. Great. Now, let's carry on descending. We're actually a bit high now, I think. Can't quite see the pappies. Not sure if there are any. There are pappies. We're too high. I'm going to pull the power back quite a bit here. I think what I might do is I might just drop the gear just to sort of create a bit of drag. So let's put the landing lights off, drop the gear. The gear does create a lot of drag on this aircraft. So gear's coming down. Oh, we're definitely quite a bit too high here. Oh, there we go. You can really feel that gear's down now. Get the landing lights back on. Seatbelts definitely on. Let's see if we can recover this. Airspeed's not looking too bad though. 110 miles per hour. You can hear those props coming back. We're going to get the props all the way forwards. She's wallowing a bit at this slow speed, but it's fine. 95 miles an hour now. I believe this can land as slow as 60 miles per hour as well, so I don't think we should do too badly here. Sky dolly, quickly. We're definitely still too high, but we are getting back on the profile by the looks of things. We'll see if we can record a replay here. I'm not sure if it's going to work with this aircraft, but we'll try it. There we go. 2 whites, 2 reds. Speed's 90. I just heard something. I just heard a sound. I heard something pop. I don't know what it was. Pulling the power back. Even more so. We're visual. Tracking the center line. Trying to anyway. Power's all the way back. We're down. Bit of power back in so the engines don't cut out. Beautiful. I wonder if that was a 3-point landing actually. That felt like it was quite good. Lovely stuff. All right. Fantastic. Now then. Which way to the terminal? We need to swing around and come back on ourselves. All right. Great stuff. That wasn't too bad, actually. I think. Oh, Schutz is coming in for a landing here. Oh, dear. See if we can get on this very narrow taxiway. I've recorded that on a replay as well, so let's see if we can actually see the replay as well. Right, I'm just going to come to a full stop here. Alright, parking brake is set. Get the landing lights off. Courtesy lights can come on. Pitot heat off. Alright, great stuff. Let's see what the temperatures are looking like. I don't want to cause a fire whilst we're on the ground here. Oil temperature's looking fine. Oil pressure's looking fine. Everything's looking good there. Great stuff. Let's open the window. Did the landing rate show up for you guys? I wonder what it was. 159 feet per minute. Not too terrible. Not too bad. I did do one landing in this aircraft, though, at 6 feet per minute. Sorry, 9 feet per minute. Oh, I definitely could have... we'll look at it in a minute. We'll look at it in a minute. Right. Okay, chat. Let's taxi on to the main terminal area, which I believe is over here. And we'll get set up for reverse leg. I'm intrigued to see how well the replay mode works, actually, for this aircraft. Oh, and can we just check for a second here? Can we just check that I'm actually at the right airport? Yes, I am. Thank God. Dear, oh dear. Alright, let's slow the heck down. This is just a default airport, guys, unfortunately. There's no scenery available for this airport. This is Toledo Executive Airport. I believe it's mainly used by business jets in this modern day. But I believe this is the only airport in Toledo that I could find that was in use in the 30s. So I think this is the airport they would have used on this route by United. Oh, traffic, traffic. All right, somewhere about here should do it, I think. Go a bit further forwards. There we go. Parking brake sets. Great stuff. Fantastic, guys. Let's get the mixture all the way back. Master ignition off. We'll just go for no smoking. Throttles all the way back. Props all the way back. We'll reopen the oil shutters here. Great stuff. Turn off the courtesy lights. And we'll leave the nav lights on. Great stuff, guys. Fantastic. Alright, we'll get some passengers deboarded as well. So, oh, you know what we forgot to do, chat, is it only feeds fuel from one tank. I completely forgot to change tanks for the whole flight, so we were just draining from the left tank there. Oopsie daisies. Let's see how much we got to there. Oh, we've still got 10 gallons left, so we weren't on any imminent risk of running out of fuel. Never mind. We'll just make sure we switch to the right tank for the return leg. I don't think we need to top up fuel, though. Let's get the wheel chocks in, and then we'll get the passengers deboarded. So we'll make all these guys red. And then let's set up the camera for the external view here. Let's make it so. There goes the door. Oh, I forgot to get the baggage off as well, didn't I? Oops. There we go. Yeah, I should have got the baggage off as well. My bad. My bad. Oh, well. Rudden the Great. We're on North Europe server, dude. Sorry, I was a little bit preoccupied there. North Europe server. And then in terms of flight plan, we are going to go from Toledo Executive, Kilo Tango Delta Zulu, and we're going to go back to Cleveland, which I forget the code, which is it's Kilo Charlie Lima Echo. Beautiful. All right. Passengers are deboarding. Excuse me. So then what we'll do for the return leg is we're going to do a couple of things. We're first going to try out some radio range navigation, which is admittedly only going to be short-lived because it is a very short flight. So there's not too much to really show there, but I will show you. We'll kind of fly outbound on the beam from this airfield. And then what we'll do is we'll see if we can push one of the engines to its limits while in flight, and we'll see if we can cause a fire to the engine. And then we'll have to do a emergency landing somewhere. Although this thing can actually fly perfectly fine on one engine, actually, having said that, and with us only flying at 4,500 feet, we should be able to just carry on flying at that level on a single engine, I think. So we could either do that... well, yeah, let's just do that. We'll do a single engine. Why the heck not? Let's get the baggage off as well. I forgot about that. Oh, there we go. Baggage coming off. You can see even on this cart as well, the baggage will come down here onto the loading stand and then down into the trolley here. Boop. Boop. Love to see it. And then the same over here as well. There we go. It's all on the trolley. Oh, surely this needs to be taken off as well. Maybe not. Beautiful. All right. Great stuff, chat. So I'm going to take a quick 2 minutes. And I'll be back with you momentarily. Now the passengers are all off board as well. Let's turn the battery off. We'll turn the fuel off as well. And I'll be back with you in just a moment, chat. I'll leave you with a nice little view here. There we go. I'll be back in a minute. All right, chat, we're back. We're back. How are we all doing? How did you enjoy that flight? That was some good fun, wasn't it? I did enjoy that. Such a pleasure to fly. I can hear a jet. Okay, there's a big jet here. Oh dear. Right. Okay then. How are we doing, guys? Let's see if we can make the replay work. Let's see if that works. So I'm going to remove the wheel chocks for the replay. I'm also going to turn off engine malfunctions and electrical failures because I'm not quite sure how this is going to work. It might not go too well, but we shall see. We shall see. Yeah, let's have a look at that, and then we are going to set up for a return leg where we're going to do a little bit of radio range navigation. I say a very, very small amount, and then head back towards Cleveland. So, let's see how this works then. Okay. So, engines are at full speed. I'm just going to turn that down for the replay. But, I mean, it sort of is working. Let's see. Is it reading anything correctly? It seems to be reading some things correctly. Oil pressure is looking pretty high, but we'll ignore that. We'll just have a look at the landing from the outside view. Let's see. Did I land on all three wheels or not? That is the question. I don't think I did. But it's looking pretty good at this point. Where's my camera for the gear? There she is. Nah, it's not going to be a 3-pointer, this, is it? There we go, we're down. Almost, though. Almost. Oh, tail wheel's still up, actually. Has it touched down? I think it has. Yeah, it's moving. Not too bad, though, I don't think. Not too bad at all. Let's rewind that and check it from another view. Let's go 50% speed. We do have a camera from the rear, from the tail wheel. There we go. Normal speed for a second. 25% speed. A wee bit fast, yeah, definitely. I think it was a wee bit fast, but I think that was a bit of a... I had to do a bit of recovery there, didn't I? Because I couldn't find the airport and I was a bit too high, wasn't I? Not too shabby, though. Not too shabby, I don't think. Look at the landing gear as well, wobbling about on the ground. Love to see it. I think the left wheel lifted back up for a second there as well, didn't it? Look at that. It's not on the ground currently. And there we go. It touches back down again. Yeah, definitely a bit too quick there. Probably should have brought the power back a bit earlier as well. Let's find another camera angle. Shall I do a passenger view? Let's do a good old passenger view. This is 2 times speed. We'll put it back to normal. There we go. Let's see what landing rate Volanta said, actually. 109 feet per minute. So not too bad. Not too bad at all, I don't think. Not too shabby. If I land like that tomorrow, I will be chuffed. Yeah, I definitely could have... I mean, you can fly this thing extremely slowly. So I definitely could have done with getting a bit more speed off there. But it is quite sort of wallowy and quite sort of heavy feeling when you get down to a low speed. So it's quite hard to make any adjustments once you get down to that low speed. Landing to Finland in this one. No, we're in the US currently. Very good. Very good. And we'll do one more camera angle for good luck. Let's try this one. Landscapes look like Finland. Interesting, yeah. I've only flown into Finland. Well, I've only ever been to Finland in the flight sim before. Only once as well, so I can't say I know enough to compare. That's not bad, is it? Nearly went off the runway here. Getting that right rudder in. Not bad at all. Hey, generic pilot, no problems at all, dude. Welcome to the chat. Hope you're doing well. We are actually going to do a return leg here, so if you want to stick around, absolutely more than welcome. All right, let's do 16 times all the way back down to the gate then. Actually, no, this replay is not going to take us to the gate, actually, is it? I think I stopped it. Yep, there we go. All right. We'll slew ourselves over to the gates. Hopefully this has not completely mucked the aircraft up, but we'll see what happens. I'm going to put myself over here. All right, chat. We've got Mariner coming in as well. Brilliant. The Sim Pilot, welcome to the chat. Boeing 247D is an aircraft I'm super excited about. Great work, Wing42. Yeah, 100%. 100%. Oh, the radio's come back on. Oh. Yeah, something's definitely been mucked up a bit, I think. Oh, my frame rate's dying as well. What is going on? Is this supposed to be a helicopter, actually? What in the world am I watching right here? Okay, right. So then, chat, let's just check through everything here and make sure everything's looking okay. Right, I think we're looking good. Let's just center that trim. Battery is off. Right. Okay, cool. So let's have a quick look at what we're going to do for the next leg of this. Well, we're going to do the return leg basically, and we're going to do a bit of radio range navigation. So I'm going to try and just sort of roughly show you guys what we're going to do there. So let's bring up the fuzz pad, and I'll roughly explain it to you. So this is the route that we just did. Essentially, it's just a VFR route, like I said, from Cleveland to Toledo Executive. We passed over Keller here, Port Clinton, Oak Harbor, and then we followed this road. This road right. Oh dear. This road right here. Followed that all the way down. And then I panicked because I couldn't see the airfield. And then I looked back on the map here and we located this train line, which sent us in towards the airfield, as well as this junction as well, which is quite useful. So we got there in the end. So what we'll do is we'll go ahead and clear that route off. Which I always forget how to do in little nav map. So many options here. I'm sure it's one of these buttons right here. There we go. Okay, cool. So what we're going to do for this flight is we're going to use radio range navigation. Now, what I've done is, and you will see this in the manual when you get the aircraft, there is a tutorial on it in there, and there is also a file that you can use to load in all the radio range beacons into little nav maps so you can see where they all are. So if I actually hide all the airports here, you can see all these points here. These are all radio ranges. Well, not all of them. So you've got two here. So you've got, this is a radio range right here. Bear with me. This is a radio range right here. Let's do a different color. There we go. That's a radio range. And then this little flag here, that is a radio station. So that's an AM radio station that you can pick up and listen to. So this is WSPD on 1350. And the radio frequency I think we were listening to is this one down here, which is WJ on 610. I don't think we had 610 tuned exactly, but we were some distance away from it. So we were fine-tuning it to get the best reception. And then you've also got another radio range here at Cleveland, which is the Cleveland radio range on and the frequency, as you can see, is just there as well. Now, there is a full tutorial on how to use this in the manual, but I'm going to just roughly show you how to do it in this flight here. So, we're going to depart from Toledo Executive, so we'll set that as a departure here. And you don't have to use a little nav map, by the way, to do this, but it is quite useful to see where the radio ranges are. And when you're first learning as well, it might be useful to turn on your aircraft so you can see it in a little nav map and you can kind of orient yourself a bit better that way. So what we're going to do is we're going to fly out of Toledo Executive. Now, I think I saw the windsock on the way in. Let's see. Okay, so I'm sure the wind was actually like this on the windsock, but we are using a weather preset, so I don't think we need to concern ourselves too much with the wind. So we're gonna discount that for this part. We'll depart the same runway we landed on. We'll depart runway 32 out this way, and then what we'll do is we'll take a left turn round this way. What we're going to look to do is intercept the Toledo, Ohio radio range on the frequency of 239er. Now, these figures here, I believe these are the outbound courses that you can fly from the radio range, and you can actually verify this by using the PDF that's supplied with the add-on. So this PDF here, if I go back to page 1, this is basically all of the charts that correspond to the radio ranges. And I've already had a quick look for this. And we are going to need the Toledo, Ohio radio range. So I'm actually just going to search for TL. And as you can see, Toledo, Ohio, 239er, latitude, longitude, and then page 165. So we'll go 165. And you can see right here, let's zoom in a bit. This is the Toledo, Ohio radio range. And as you can see, we've got 089, 018, 208, 274. These are inbound courses, actually, aren't they? So these are the inbound courses towards the radio range. And let's just verify that on here. 18, 89, 28, 274. Yep, so that's what it is. Now then, so what we're going to do is we're actually going to take a left turn towards Toledo, Ohio radio range. Like so. And I think what might be good is we're actually going to fly in sort of like this. So if you imagine the actual airfield, this is the location of the radio range. The airfield's sort of straight north, isn't it? Roughly speaking. So the airfield is up here. We're going to depart like this, and we're going to take a left turn in towards the radio range like this. Now, we're not going to actually concern ourselves with this inbound course or this one. They're not going to be too much use to us. I suppose what we could do is we could fly south like this and intercept this one. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually ignore that one just for simplicity's sake. Because it's only quite a short distance over this part here. We're going to turn left and we're going to try and intercept this course here, right? Outbound. So 274 inbound is going to be, oh god, my maths. I'm just going to have to do a calculation here. 274 minus 180. So the outbound course is going to be 94. Coming outbound like this. Oops. It's going to be... Why does that keep doing that? Okay, I don't know. Let's just draw it like that. So 094 is going to be the outbound course. So we're going to fly in from the airfield like this. Now, this shaded area here, you can see how it's shaded on this side of the outbound course. Now, the shaded area, it does actually say it here. Shaded area indicates the A side. Now, one good way to remember this is how I remember it anyway, is the shaded area is an A of the Morse code, and the not shaded area, so not shaded, is an N, right? So for an A, it's going to be a dot and a dash. For an N, it's going to be a dash and a dot. So once we fly in from the airfield like this is the airfield again. We're going to fly in like this. We're going to expect to fly through one beam. So we'll expect to hear initially an N, because this area in the top left is not shaded. So we're going to expect, as we're flying in, we're going to expect to hear an N and an N only on the Morse code. Okay, so once we fly in, we'll hear an N, and then we should cross a beam. So we'll actually hear, as we come in this way, we'll start to hear more of a constant tone, and then the constant tone will disappear, and it will become an A, as we'll enter this quadrant right here. We're going to keep flying in that direction, which is going to be what, approximately. That's going to be approximately about 110 degrees. And then we're going to fly in towards here. And as we start to hear the N and the A join up together to be a constant tone, we're then going to turn to 094. And then we should hear a constant tone going outbound for quite a while. I think these have a range of about 100 nautical miles. Oops. Around about 100 nautical miles. So we should be able to follow that outbound on 094. So if we actually come here and we place a marker on here. Let's see. This is going to take us outbound like so. So 094. It's going to take us more or less the same route as what we'd just flown, essentially. And it's almost going to take us directly to the airfield. You can see. Cleveland is there, that's our destination. And then we'll come in and try and land on 24 left that we took off from. So we'll follow that outbound and we should be able to pick that up most of the way. And then, like I say, we're going to try and do an engine failure situation somewhere around here. So we'll probably scrap the radio range at that point and go for fully visual. Just because of too much stuff to concentrate on at once, I think. At least for this flight anyway. Obviously, in future streams, we'll definitely mix it up a bit. But that's what we'll do. That's the plan. And if we do get stuck and this radio range ends up coming out of range for whatever reason, or if it gets too quiet, because over distance it is going to get quieter. And it's going to be more difficult to hear the Morse code. So if it comes to it, we can tune the Cleveland radio range, which is right here on 344. And let's have a quick look at the chart for that as well whilst we're here. So we'll search CV in here. Oops. Cleveland on page 47. So this is the Cleveland radio range here. And the inbound course for that is 095. So it'll just be a slight, we'll be flying 093, sort of coming in this way. So if we do lose the radio range on the other end, we can tune the Cleveland radio range on 344, and we'll just have to make a slight right turn to join back on to the inbound course there. We would be hearing an A as well in this sector. And then N is down here. So we'll be flying on a constant tone. And then if we switch, we'll then hear an A. Hopefully that makes sense, guys. That's a fairly brief explanation of how to do this. Like I say, I did do a flight in the past in the DC-6 where I think I explained it a little bit better than that. And I am actually working on a tutorial for the radio range navigation for Wing42 and for this add-on, which will be released in the coming weeks, and that will explain it in far more structured and understandable manner. When I'm doing it here live on stream, unfortunately, I do tend to miss bits here and there, so I do apologise for that if that's not entirely clear. But if you've got any questions, please do feel free to drop them down in the chat. But that is the plan anyway. So. We'll go back to little nav map. Let's get the frequency 239er, and we're going to get that tuned in before I forget it. So, jumping back into the flight deck then. I'm actually just going to tune that now before I forget. 239er, so you can see we're on band 1, 190 to 250 kilocycles, and then we're going to go... see, I've already forgotten the frequency. 239er. So we'll wind this looking along the bottom here. So that's 230. We want 239er. That's 235. So that's 239er right there. So if we actually turn the power on now, and I turn the music down, make sure the radio's on. Radio's on there. Continuous wave on. There you go. You can hear the radio range. There we go, and we're hearing a N there as well for reference. So let me get the chart back up as well on my other screen. Toledo 165. Let's just make sure that is correct. Yeah, so we should be hearing an N as expected. So, as I said earlier on, let's turn it back on. That's a dash and a dot there. If I just bring the tablet back up again real quick so you guys can see. Here's the chart. As I said earlier on, the airfield is somewhere north here. This section here is not shaded, so it's an N. And we're about here. So as you can see, we're in that quadrant there. If I extend that all the way out to the edge, all in this quadrant here, you will hear an N tone. So hopefully that makes sense to you guys. Let's continue on. Right then, chat. Let's get ready. So, it's actually fairly quick to set up this aircraft when you're not waffling on like I did in the last one. Let's get engine malfunctions and realistic engine start back on, electrical failures on, and we'll get loaded up again. So, with the fuel, shall we just risk it? Shall we just risk it and not top up on fuel? I think we should, just for entertainment purposes. We'll get a bit of baggage in. We're going to just put a smaller amount of baggage in for this return flight. And then we'll just kind of randomly add in a few passengers. There we go. Let's make it so. Ah, Katuv, you live in Finland as well yourself. Fantastic, dude. Awesome. Well, that's very interesting to hear that the north of the US looks a bit like Finland. It's the Corsican police. Oh, no. Dear, oh, dear. Oh, you were trying to hover. That's what it was. Right, I got you. Got you. Fly the hole with one thing with one engine to conserve fuel. We'll see what happens. I think there was a question earlier on as well that I missed. Let's see. Patrick, I don't know if you're still in the chat, but I think you did ask a question. Oh, no, it was Will that asked the question. So Will asked what year would this have been in service. So I believe the maiden flight was in 1933. So it was in service. I mean, I think it did actually get outdated very quickly after it became, after it was put into service by Boeing. It got outdated fairly quickly in the following years by the DC-2. And I think a lot of airlines actually switched to the DC-2 very quickly after that. I think it was within the same decade. I can't remember I don't know the year off the top of my head. But this did fly from 1933. All right, there we go. So I think we're fully loaded up now. We are indeed. Great stuff. Okay, let's get the ladder and the crank onto the right engine. We'll put the fuel on the right tank and we'll feed to both engines. We'll get the master ignition on and the magnetos for the right engine. Let's get the lighting on for the passengers as well. There we go. Great stuff. Let's prime the right engine. Although, they should still be warm, so they might not need priming, actually. Although, I don't know if that replay messed things up or not. We're just under 100 Fahrenheit there, so let's try without priming. Let's see if we can do it. Let's see if we can do it, chats. Right, so we'll get the nav lights on and the courtesy lights on as well. Everything else is set. We'll crack the throttles. Mixture forwards. Props forwards. Oil shutters are open. Landing gear motor can actually go to neutral. Let's just check down here. Make sure I didn't mess up any circuit breakers. Any fuses, rather. Not circuit breakers. All good there. And we'll just check the radio fuse as well. All looking good. Okay. Radio can actually go off. Let's do it. So, right engine starts. Let's wind up that flywheel. Quick peek at the back. Hello. Right, let's build up that fuel pressure. There we go. And mesh. Nope. No good. Maybe it will need a little prime. Let's do maybe one stroke of priming. Let's try again. Turn the volume a bit up for you guys. It's gone a bit quiet, hasn't it? Right, there we go. And mesh. No. Have I missed something? I don't think I have. I think I probably need to prime it more. I suppose it has been a while. Maybe this is too cold. There we go. That should do it. Alright, let's wind her up. You see the flywheel, the starter crank getting span around there by Jack. Good old Jack. Get that fuel pressure up. And mesh. There we go. Beautiful. Great stuff. Jack's going to kindly put away the crank and the ladder for us. We'll get the ladder and the crank for the left engine set. We'll go ahead and prime that one as well. One, two, three. Magneto's on for the left engine, and let's go ahead and wind that one up. Crack the throttle. Build up that fuel pressure. There she goes. Beautiful. Oh, look at that livery. I've never seen that one before. Very nice. Beautiful. All right, we'll leave that window open. Parking brake is set. We'll get rid of the wheel chocks. Let's do it, guys. Seatbelts can come on. Everything else is looking good. Temperatures are looking okay. The right engine is definitely a little bit warmer than the left, as it was last time, really. Let's bring up the RPMs a bit. Oil temperature's okay. Oil pressure is okay. All right, let's do it. I'm going to show that yoke again. Let's get underway. Courtesy lights can come on. We'll turn the radio on as well. Very tight turn here. Just about managed it, I think. Very good. All right, speeding along. Coming onto the brakes. And the runway is just here on the right hand side. Very tight taxiways here. Probably not ideal for this kind of aircraft. But like I say, I don't think the other larger airport at Toledo was in use back in the 30s, so I feel like this is the right one. All right, coming down to a full stop. Or trying to. Parking brake is set. Okay, cool. We're not going to do a run up this time. We're just going to skip that and go straight for the flying. Let's turn this down. But we are going to need that on. Now, I tell you what might be easier actually, chat. If we take a right turn, I think if we take a right turn might be easier. It's going to be less confusing, I think, to pick up the outbound course. So I'm going to take a right turn here, but we're going to intercept the same outbound course on 094. Oh, bugger, what have I just done? I play... Oh dear, I pressed slew by accident there, and I don't know what's happened. Oh dear, okay. Looks like we're starting the engines again. Hopefully they don't need repriming. Let's just go ahead and turn the radio off for now. I'll use that switch actually. All right, come on, Jack, do your stuff. I think I can control and E it, but I don't want to risk that at this moment in time. Oh no. All right, let's control and E it because simulator issues. Okay, that's not working. Oh dear. Alright, let's give it a little prime. Hopefully this doesn't totally mess it up. We'll just do 2 strokes to be safe. There we go. That's one. That's one. How is the plane with the frames inside the cockpit? Says Chris. Good question. So at the moment I'm getting... Oh, it's not actually showing me. Hang on. Let me just get this engine started. But it is really good on frames when I'm not streaming. I mean, I think at the moment I'm probably guessing I'm getting around 40 frames, something like that. But when I'm not streaming, I'm more or less getting a solid 60, if not somewhere between 50 and 60 nearly at all times. It's very, very nice on frames. There we go. Beautiful. Okay, we're good. Let's just make sure chocks haven't been put on. They haven't. Okay, great stuff. All right, we're back in business. Right, let's get the landing lights on. Courtesy light can come off. Pitot heat can come on. All right, let's get this thing powered up. So going up to 36 inches. That's about right. T's and P's are looking good. Holding full back on the yoke. Oh dear. Maybe should have released the parking brake a bit earlier there. And there she goes. Just trying to hold that runway heading. Oops, landing lights off. Gear coming up. Okay, power coming back to 32 inches. Props coming back as well to 2100. Might have pulled them back too far there. Yes, I have. And we'll take that right turn. Oh, I forgot to set the gyro. Oh, no. Oh, no. We're going to have to use the whiskey compass. That's fine. I'm going to turn to about 120, 130. Let's get the radio on. So we're still hearing that N tone. But we should start to hear a continuous tone and then an A. Oh, there we go. Oh, it just went quiet for a second there. I thought we were flying directly overhead the radio range, but it doesn't seem like we are. Still hearing that N. So we're going to continue on this heading for a little while. I think the directional gyro is still actually reading the same. It is actually, so that's good. There we go. You can hear the other tone coming in now if you listen carefully. There we go. We're about to come to a continuous tone. And then we should start to hear an A more clearly in moments. I'm going to turn it down a bit because I realise it is quite annoying. There we go. There's the A. Right, so now we just want to continue on this same heading until we start to hear a more continuous tone again, which shouldn't be in too long. And then we're going to take a left turn towards 094. But we do want to think about leveling off momentarily. So decreasing my climb rates. So I'm just listening to the Morse code now, guys. I'm going to try and level off here as well. Trying to stay on 130 currently. It was close, said 30, and you were on 28. I can't remember what that's in relation to, Rudden. I can hear the other tone coming in now. I can hear the N tone coming in. So we're going to get ready to intercept. You guys should be able to hear it as well, just about. There you go. You guys should be able to hear that pretty clearly now. This is the identifier Morse code. There we go. Alright, so I'm going to start turning now to 094. As we're basically on it. And I'm climbing again. I will set cruise power once we're established on this outbound course. In fact, we're pretty much on cruise power already. I just need to adjust the RPM. So coming around onto 094 now. And leveling the wings. How many engines have I set on fire until now? Just 2. So we're not perfectly on the beam there. I can quite clearly hear the A still. So I am going to just go to a heading of 100. Just until we get right onto that beam there. And I'm just going to look at my T's and P's very quickly. Oil temperature's looking a bit cool. Close the oil shutters in a second. Let's do that. I swear every time I look away, we go into a dive. Poor passengers. Do you need an external application to make the radio work? No, you don't, Manacle. That's actually one of the beauties of this add-on, that they actually built in the radio range navigation all into the aircraft itself. We'll go for 29 inches for cruise power. Oh no, that's too much. There we go. I'm going to bring the mixture back a little bit as well. So I'm still hearing an A, but we're getting very close. It's a very shallow intercept. Maybe I shouldn't have turned in quite so early, but I mean, we can still hear both the tones. So I believe each of the beams coming out of the radio ranges has about a 3-degree sort of tolerance either side. And so as long as essentially you can hear both of the tones, you are basically flying on the beam. So we're on it, basically. We just need to fine-tune it a little bit. Leaning out the mixture there has done some wonders for us as well. We're getting slightly higher cruise speed than last time, which is nice. About 180 miles per hour at the moment. Maybe a bit less, 175. So I have got a little nav map on in the background. I'm not looking at it for reference, but what we'll do is we'll try and look at our path flown after the flight, and we'll see how close I actually was to the beam itself. And I did say we were going to try and set an engine on fire as well, so let's try and do that now. So let's just put the... which engine do I want to fail though? That's the question. We'll just go for the right engine. Because I think that one's running a bit hotter anyway, isn't it? Oh no, the left engine's running a bit hotter, so that'll probably be a bit easier to fail, I think. So let's do it. I've just cranked up the manifold pressure on that one. Let's see if we can hurt it. And we're basically right on the beam now, almost. It's almost a completely continuous tone, so I'm going to turn to 094. I think what I'll do as well on the right engine... Oh god, my oil temperature is getting quite low on both of them. I'm getting really distracted here. I've completely left my cruising altitude. Right, we're basically on the beam now. I'm going to turn the volume down a bit just so it's not quite as obnoxious. Oh, have we lost it? Did I turn the volume down too much there? There we go. It is getting quieter though because we're getting further away from the radio range. There we go. Somewhere around there is going to do us, I think. Right. Let's see how we're doing. Landing gear can go to neutral. Landing lights are off. I'll tell you what we could try. To try and set it on fire. Let's see what happens if I start priming the engine during flight. Don't try this at home, kids. No, maybe that's not going to do anything for us. We're basically running the left engine at full power constantly, so something's going to happen eventually, I think. We're now at 6,000 feet. I'm really not paying attention to my altitude here. I'm just trying to get an engine to burn. How are we doing on fuel? We could probably switch to our auxiliary tank now. That's probably a smart idea. Oh yeah, nearly completely ran out of fuel there. There we go. We'll use the auxiliary tank for now. Okay, I'm hearing that A again, so we've actually drifted off to the left a bit. Oh, I can hear some RPMs coming up. I guess we're in a bit of a dive there. Come on. You know you want to do it. It's quite hard to keep this thing going in a straight line with one engine on full power and one engine not on full power, I won't lie. No, still nothing. Come on now. Oil temperatures are looking very cool. I think they are heating up a bit, which is nice to see. Problem is, guys, I'm too good of a pilot, you see. I'm too good of a pilot. I can't set my engines on fire. Okay, I'm definitely hearing more of an A now, so I think we've gone off course a little bit here. Let's just turn this back up. I'm still hearing the end tone, actually. Well, if we continue on this heading, we should get back on a little bit more precisely onto the beam. Oil pressure's coming down. That's not too good. Probably because of the low oil temperature. I'm just going to descend a bit because we're at nearly 6,500 feet here, and I want it to only be at 4,500. To be honest, we're probably getting quite close to the airport as well. It doesn't want to set on fire, guys. It doesn't want to set on fire. It's just not having it. Leo, welcome to the chat. Hope you're doing well. Good to see you. There we go. We're like right on the beam now. Right on it. So we should be getting pretty close to the airfield now, to be fair. Let's see if we can spot it. We can't just yet. So I am actually going to start descending anyway. Should be inland somewhere in here. Thing is, the temperature on this left engine is not even looking that high, really. The right engine is on a higher cylinder head temperature than the left, which is bizarre. Let's see, did I actually turn the failures back on? I'm sure I did. I did, yeah. Come on. You know you wanna. Oh, Mari, you're still in the chat. How can I... Tell me how I can set the engine on fire. Purposefully. I don't know any other way we could achieve it, guys, apart from just constantly priming it, but that doesn't seem to be working. What if we put the prop forward all the way as well? Oil temp's coming back up. We are descending now, so I'll open the oil shutter on the right hand side, because that's the engine we want to keep, and I'll keep it closed on the left one, and we'll see if we can get the oil viscosity up too high. Need to get something too hot, too cold. Yeah, that's what we're trying to do, but it doesn't seem like the temperature's even going up at all. I've just been running the left engine on full power for almost half the flight now, and the temperature just doesn't seem to be going up. Right. Can we see the airport yet, though? That is the question. Not just yet. Oh, is that it right there? That could be it. That could be it. Try descending. Yeah, that's what we're doing now. Lean out the mixture. Yep, mixture's already leaned out. Come on. It's funny, like when I don't want to set it on fire, it sets on fire. But when I actually do, yeah, let's carry on descending anyway, guys, and let's see if we can get it to the manifold pressure to come up a bit. On the right course. Brilliant. Good to hear. Good to hear. I'm glad. Also, fly slow so cold air won't chill the cylinders. Interesting. So maybe I drop the gear. Let's bring some of that airspeed off. Watch me set both engines on fire doing this. Alright, there we go. Speed's coming back like crazy from that. The whole aircraft is shaking. Oh, look at that view though. Very nice. Airfield in sight. I think that's the right one. Let's turn the radio off now. Ah, peace and quiet. What's the manifold pressure on the wannabe bad engine? 36. Just over 36. Let's treat the right engine right though, so we'll bring the mixture a little bit more rich on the right engine as we're descending. We'll bring the prop forward as well. But the manifold pressure is coming up on that left engine there. It's starting to go into the red now, which is nice. I'm going to bring the right engine back a bit. This is going to be a tough landing, guys. I just realized how hard this is going to be. Is that at the airport in front of us? I believe it is. Oh, look at that. We've got 2 whites, 2 reds as well. Oh, we're going to have to get some rudder in here. Do we go for that runway or do we try and swing around for the opposite runway? I mean, we could go for that runway, I suppose. That is one of the shorter runways, though. Let's do it. Why not? We're on profile. Hopefully the engine sets on fire whilst we are on our way down. Let's see what happens. About 100 miles an hour at the moment. Hey, Wayne, thank you very much for sharing the stream on Facebook. Much appreciated, dudes. Thank you kindly. Oh, I need to keep that rudder in. You know, I could get a bit of rudder trim in. There we go, nicely centered. Beautiful. Hugo, hello. Welcome to the chat. Hope you're doing well. Don't want to go, does it? How are we doing? We're doing very well, Hugo. Yeah, how are you doing? That is a cool view, isn't it? Like it. So we've got 3 whites and 1 red at the moment, which is fine. Maybe we try get down a bit further and we come in a bit more shallow. And maybe that dead engine, sorry, maybe the left engine decides to, we can slow the cooling down a bit more by going at even slower speeds. What does the handling compare to? To be honest, I don't think it really compares to anything else I've flown in the flights in Microsoft Flight Simulator so far. But it's quite sort of docile to fly. Oh, them trees are blocking the pappies now. But I think we're on 3 reds now, so we'll level out a bit. Shallow out the descents and bleed off a bit more speed. I'll bring the right engine back even further. Come on. Oil temp's getting very high on that left engine now, 100 degrees. Come on. Let's get a bit lower. See if we can bleed off some more of that speed. We're still quite fast, you see, because that left engine's running at full power still. I might have to just cut it, guys. I might have to just cut the left engine because we're going way too quick to land. What if I just did a quick 1-2? One of these guys. Oh, okay, this is not looking good now. Nah, I'm just going to have to pull it back, guys. We'll see if we can set it on fire on the ground, maybe. We're down. Beautiful. That was quite a nice landing. Engine's still going. That wasn't a bad landing, was it, Leo, considering? Right, let's just get off the runway. I'm just going to pull in at this hangar over there to the right. And we'll see if we can make some flames happen. Didn't even turn our landing lights on, did we? We'll get our courtesy lights on. We've Gotta have a bit of courtesy around here, don't you? We'll get the pitot heat off. Oh, one of them's just quit on me. Both of the engines are just quit on me. Oops, I think I might have had them too low. Oh dear. Oops. Oops. Right. Oh, God. Alright, let's start the left engine anyway, because we know that's nice and primed up. God damn it, chat. Oh, it's because we ran out of fuel. Oh, it's because we ran out of fuel. That's why I didn't have the RPMs too low. God damn it. I was focused so much on trying to get that engine to set off on fire. I forgot to change the fuel tank. There she goes. We'll just taxi on this one engine. Oh no, there she goes. Okay, there we go. Well, we made it happen now. There you go, chat. I hope you're happy now. Look at that from the passenger cabin. And then we can actually extinguish the fire as well. So if we come over here to the fire extinguisher, we'll put it to the left engine. And then we'll pull this out like so. I don't think I pulled it out far enough. There we go. There we go. There goes the extinguisher. There's the fire, guys. That's what you wanted, isn't it? Oh, it's still not gone out. Oh dear. Let's put fuel supply to the right engine only. Oh dear. She's still going. Oh dear. We only have one charge on the fire extinguisher as well, so. Yep. Yep, we're gonna have to do an emergency evacuation here, guys. I don't think that's gonna work again, is it? No, it's not. Okay, evacuate, evacuate. Seatbelts off. Everybody off. We'll leave the baggage. Leave your bags. Everybody off. Get off. The extinguisher is not a sure thing. Once the shot is gone, you might still be on fire. Oh, I see. Right, okay. God blimey. There she goes, chat. There we go. Right. That being said, I'm going to get off myself. Okay, that's not worked, has it? Immersion broken. I'm out of here. Wait, are all the passengers off? Nope, still not off. I've got to wait for the passengers. Like a real captain. Well, there we go, guys. We finally managed to make it go. Dear oh dear. We've got a replay to watch after this. I don't think the file will be included in that, but... Oh, no, I don't. Yeah, that's right. That's right. Come down here. Quick, quick, quick. I completely forgot about the escape hatch. Actually, to be fair, we don't want to use this escape hatch, do we? Because the fire's on this side, but I'm off. See ya! There we go, chat. That's a nice picture to end on, isn't it? You know, we didn't even turn the electrics off. Right, we're out of here. We're out of here. Oh, he's closed the door on me. There we go, chat. All right then, guys. Let's watch the replay. Now, I have a feeling that the engine fire is still going to stay there for the replay, but let's just see how it turns out anyway. Quick look at the landing report as well. What was that one? $172 that time. Again, could have flared for longer. I was outside of the... I was still a little bit earlier than the aiming point there, as you can see there. Centerline deviation 0 feet though. I'll take that. I'll take that any day. What did it say on Volanta as well? Oh, I didn't record it that time. All right, let's watch the replay, chat. Yeah, look, there we go. There's the replay. There's the engine fire still raging on. It'll look pretty cool though, won't it? In the replay. Look at that. Brilliant. Oh, and the emergency exit's still gone. Oh dear. Oh dear, oh dear. Goodness gracious. Got all the smoke coming out the back as well. Love it. Imagine being sat there and just seeing that. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Dear me. Let's see, was my landing any better this time? Any closer to 3 points? Come on, let's see it. Oh, it's looking better. No, it's not going to be a 3-pointer, is it? Oh, is it? No. Close, though. Very close. Much better. Good old Jack will sort it out. Yes, he will. Lovely stuff, chat. Lovely stuff. What a way to end. All right then, chat. Let's rewind it one more time. Oh dear, oh dear. Alright then, chat, that is going to be it from me for today. So guys, I hope you enjoyed this pre-release preview of the Wing42 Boeing 247D. This is actually out tomorrow, contrary to what I said earlier on. It's out tomorrow, and I do highly recommend you guys checking it out. It's only $20. It's an absolute steal for what it is. Honestly, it is... it's just incredible. Once you get it and you have a go on it for yourself, you'll see exactly what I mean. It's just brilliant. So really would recommend you go to check that out when it comes out tomorrow. We don't know a time yet, but it should be at some point tomorrow, all being well. And if you guys, like I say, once again, if you guys do want to purchase this aircraft or anything else from the Wing42 website, you can support the channel by doing so. I am a part of the affiliate program by Wing42, and you can do so by using this link down in the description of the video. And I've just put it in the chat there for you as well, guys. If you actually click on that now, it'll save a cookie in your browser, I believe. So even if you come back to the website and purchase the aircraft tomorrow, you don't have to go to that link. You can just go to Wing42 directly. Please do correct me if I'm wrong about that, Otmar. But yeah, I believe if you just click on that now and you go and buy it tomorrow, then it should all work fine and you can support the channel that way. Big thanks to Wing42 for letting us be a part of the sort of run up to this aircraft being released. And we do have some tutorials on the way that I am working on for this aircraft. Full tutorial of the setup, etc. of the aircraft, as well as... Oh, look at the aerials moving in the wind there. I've not noticed that before. But yeah, we're going to do a full tutorial on the setup of this aircraft. We'll do a full tutorial on radio range and radio range navigation, which is in the works and will be coming just shortly after release. So stay tuned for that. But once again, guys, I hope you have enjoyed that today. It was great fun, and thank you very much for Otmar and any of the other Wing42 team members who are in the chat. Thank you very much for dropping by. I hope I've not made you cringe too much. And yeah, guys, go and check this out. This is an absolute masterpiece for Microsoft Flight Simulator. Definitely one of my top 3 add-ons, I would say, for the sim, to be quite honest with you. Definitely up there with the DC-6, 100%. And yeah, highly recommend checking it out when it comes out tomorrow. So, Thomas Rask, thank you very much for the 200 stars as well there on the arrival there. Sorry, I missed that earlier on. But guys, I hope you guys have enjoyed today. I hope you have a fantastic weekend and enjoy the rest of your Friday. Thank you very much for tuning in, and I'll see you in the next one. Bye for now.